had a curse put on me over some dumb stuff. I accidentally offended a girl I was taking out on a date, and she went crazy on me like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. One minute she's this fine, put-together woman speaking to me in a cute, mousy voice. The next moment she transforms into some psycho, Louisiana voodoo, deep-growling lunatic. Her eyes rolled into the back of her head like the Undertaker, and she was spitting while jabbering some crazy stuff at me. She was acting way out of pocket, so I was like, "What are you doing?" And she says, curse on you," and pushes me out of her apartment. I understand why she got upset, but I think she was overreacting by putting a curse on me. Especially since things started happening, and they still do to this day. It's been around 10 years now, and I'm still feeling burdened by this curse. How long can a curse last? Do I need to find this girl on social media, ask her to reverse it? I'm only writing this right now because I felt the effects of the curse again today. At least I think that's what it was. I don't tell anyone I'm cursed, but I've been making mental and physical notes about incidents so absurd that they had to be from the curse. There's also been a pattern of turquoise-colored items being directly involved. So much so that I instinctively avoid turquoise-colored objects now, associating them with bad luck. A little while ago, my bro Lotto was over. We were smoking on my back deck. I didn't have a lighter on me, so he handed me his. It was a palm-to-palm transaction. I didn't see the color of the lighter before my thumb sparked it up. It took 3 flicks, and then the lighter exploded in my hand like a stick of dynamite, burning a decent portion of my palm. I've never had a lighter explode in my hand before. The pieces that weren't charred were neon turquoise. I'm typing this with my right hand wrapped up in gauze and duct tape, basically whatever I could find around the house. Lotto said I should go to the emergency room, and if the pain gets worse, I think I might need to take myself there tonight. So yeah, a turquoise lighter blew up in my hand a few hours ago. But a few months back, I was at the bank applying for a loan. The second I saw the woman that I was talking to was wearing a turquoise blouse, I knew I wasn't getting that loan. Let's rewind a bit. The next day after I was cursed, I tried to brush it off, but it was pretty fresh in my mind. I went about my day cautiously, playing it safe, looking both ways before crossing the street, making sure no buses were coming to catch me slipping. But with all my focus on my surroundings, I failed to notice the shady behavior of a young man in the courtyard of my apartment complex. I was walking back from the corner store thinking I was home free, when out of nowhere, this dude in a Charlotte Hornets jersey, who I'd never seen before, pulls out a gun and says, "Run them pockets." My arms were weighed down by grocery bags, so I had to stand there and let him rob me, pulling out my phone and wallet with his cheap gun waving in my face. He ran off, and that same day, I was riding my bike around, looking for him. I had a blade and just needed to get the jump on him before he could get his gun ready. As I passed between buildings, scanning alleyways, I felt my adrenaline pumping. Then, I made eye contact with someone coming towards me down the alley. I had full control of the situation, or so I thought. It wasn't the assailant. It was a scared Asian man behind the wheel of a taxi. His car had yellow sides, but the hood that I was about to get wiped by was turquoise. A replacement hood, I guess. I rolled across the hood and couldn't help but notice the reoccurring turquoise theme. The guy was more pissed off than concerned about my well-being. And he was right. I wasn't in the bike lane. I had to drag my wrecked bike home with 2 bent wheels. It was unsalvageable. My mom made me throw it out anyway. I never saw that dude in the Hornets jersey again. A few weeks later, I started seeing this girl, Tammy. One day, I climbed through her window like some Romeo stuff. Her parents were asleep down the hall, so we had to be quiet. We're making out, moving towards her bed, when I noticed this weird bird cage in the corner. It housed 3 turquoise parakeets. As we got closer to the bed, those birds started banging their beaks on the cage like prisoners tapping on bars. The more noise they made, the more Tammy freaked out, saying, "They've never done this before. What's wrong with them?" I could tell the mood was killed, so I started slowly backing toward the window. The birds were losing it. Tammy, for some reason, unlocked the cage. And when she did, those 3 parakeets flew at me like bats out of hell. They landed on me, pecking and flapping like I stole their eggs. Tammy started screaming, and I was swatting at these crazy birds trying to get the window open again. I knocked one against the wall, not really on purpose, and Tammy saw it. She completely lost it then. The lights came on, and her dad was standing in the doorway. Before I knew it, he had me in a big bear hug, dragging me out of her room, down the stairs, and out the front door. He dropped me at the end of the property and said, "You cross this line again, you're dead." I had to walk home that night with one shoe. Fast forward a few years later, the grocery store that I'd shopped at started using turquoise plastic bags for a promotion. I was horrified, but I bit my lip and told myself it's just a color. On my way to the car, a runaway shopping cart full of groceries smashed into my car's taillight. And of course, that cart belonged to an old man who couldn't afford to fix the damage, so I had to shove the broken taillight back into place and drive home. I never went back to that store again, though. There's more, but I'll skip to the most recent events before today. I was babysitting my nephew, Davion, who's hyperactive. I was cooking breakfast when SpongeBob came on. He screamed the theme song, then sat quietly watching the show. But then, his whole body stiffened up, and it looked like he was having a seizure. I dropped everything and ran over. As I touched him, I got a massive electric shock that locked me up. Thankfully, I'd grabbed his shirt, and when I fell, I pulled him off the outlet. Paramedics arrived, and Davion made it through okay. But when I investigated what had happened, I found my pocket knife stuck in the outlet, along with a puddle of spilled water. Turns out Davion had knocked his cup over while sticking the metal nail file into the socket. And yes, there was a turquoise character flashing on the screen when it all happened. Now, here I am, hours after a turquoise lighter blew up in my hand. The burn on my palm is killing me, and I think I'm going to go get it checked out, but seriously, this can't be a coincidence, right? How do I get rid of a curse? And can I do it without contacting this girl? She scares me, obviously. Well, thanks for the no help on breaking the curse. Most people just asked what I did to deserve it. At least we can agree I'm cursed. So, here's the story. I met this girl while hustling demos at the mall. She'd just moved into town for college, and it just so happened to be the same college that I was pretending to attend. She was struggling with calculus, so I offered to tutor her. We exchanged numbers, and I played it cool for a few days before hitting her up. It was her birthday next week, and she didn't know anyone in town yet except her cousin, but I didn't know that. I figured she wouldn't have any birthday plans, so I bought a pizza, a 2-liter of Pepsi, and a slice of cake from the corner store. On my way to her place, I passed by a memorial for a kid who had gotten hit by a stray bullet. The memorial was covered in flowers, stuffed bears, balloons, all that stuff. I got the bright idea to grab a few flowers, maybe a balloon, for her birthday. When I got to her place, she was into me, happy to see me even. But then she saw the flowers, and I got to see that Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde thing start to happen. Instead of taking them, her expression changed. She wasn't smiling. And she starts going crazy, demanding to know where I got those flowers. I tell her I picked them up at the store, but she calls me a disgusting liar. She tells me that she put those flowers on her cousin's memorial just this morning, and that she knows I'm lying. She escalated, so I doubled down, telling her that we must have gotten them from the same store. But, of course, I was made aware that her flowers came from a small garden, one that her cousin had kept in the backyard. And that's when she tells me that I have no soul, that I'm the equivalent of human garbage. And then her eyes rolled back into the back of her head, like I mentioned. and she cursed me. She took things too far, right? Now here I am, a decade later, still feeling the residual effects of an impulsive decision made by an immature person. How do I break this curse? I cannot be this screwed for the rest of my life. It was the summer. I was 24, about to cross that invisible line into 25, and life had that wide-open feel. I was working a seasonal job in Gardner, Montana, just outside the north gate of Yellowstone. The town was small and sleepy, nestled between rugged mountains and that endless sky. Tourists came and went, eager to experience the wild beauty of the park, but for me, it was just where I slept, ate, and worked. I'd rented a modest cabin for the season, rustic, nothing fancy, but it had its charms. At least that's what I thought at first. I remember that night vividly. The air was thick with the smell of pine as usual, but there was a faint sulfur smell, presumably from Yellowstone's geothermal springs, a smell that you never quite got used to, a smell that wasn't usually this strong. Normally the sound of wind pushing through the trees and creaking the cabin was comforting, natural, but something about it felt wrong that night. The wind felt heavier, and I woke up suddenly, though I couldn't remember hearing any noises that could have disturbed me. My heart was pounding in my chest, as if I'd sprinted a mile. I blinked, trying to make sense of the dim room around me, and then I saw something. At first I thought that I was still dreaming, an old woman floating above my bed. She wasn't standing. She wasn't even hovering like you might picture a ghost would. Her body was stretched horizontally, parallel to mine, suspended mid-air. My mind struggled to process what I was seeing. It wasn't possible, and yet there she was, maybe 2 feet above me, her face pale, gaunt, and framed by thin, wispy hair that floated as if she was in water. I found that I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. My body felt paralyzed, though I'm not sure if it was fear or something else keeping me still. Her eyes, they were the worst part. They were open, wide, staring directly into mine, dark and empty, but not blind. No, she was looking at me, seeing me. I wanted to scream, to close my eyes, to wake up and shake this nightmare away, but I couldn't. Time stretched out. Seconds felt like hours. And she just floated there, silent, watching. I could hear my breath shallow and rapid. It was the only sound in the room. For a moment, I thought I saw her lips twitch, like she was going to speak, but nothing came out. I didn't want to know what she had to say. I just wanted her to leave, to disappear, but she stayed. And then she disappeared. Slowly, she began to drift backwards. Her body receded into the far corner of the room, her form becoming more indistinct, like smoke dissolving into the air. But those eyes, those cold, dark eyes, never left mine, not until she vanished entirely. I lay there for what felt like hours, my body still frozen in place, and my mind racing, trying to rationalize what had just happened. Sleep paralysis, maybe. A waking dream. That had to be it. But deep down, I knew better. There was something else, something I couldn't explain away so easily. The next morning, I tried to brush it off, but the memory clung to me. It was heavy and unsettling. I avoided looking at the corner of the room where she had disappeared. Something about that space felt different now, darker. I packed my things and spent the rest of the season sleeping with the light on. It didn't help. It's been over 15 years since that night, and I still think about it, constantly. I never told anyone, not really. How could I? It sounded insane. But no matter how many times I replay it in my mind, I can't shake the feeling that it wasn't a dream. That she was real, in her own way, and that she wasn't just there by accident. Gardner is a strange place, perched on the edge of something wild and ancient. The locals talk about spirits, about the land being haunted by things older than we can understand. Maybe she was one of them, drawn to me for reasons I don't know. But whatever she was, wherever she came from, she left her mark, and I'll never forget her face. When my mom lived in Texas City, Texas, she worked as a hairstylist in the heart of the city. Her dream was to someday own the salon that she worked at, and this was before I was born. As much as she said that I didn't derail her career plans, I once jokingly apologized for her comparatively boring mom life, and her reaction to the comment was to start crying. Let me tell you, the few seconds of silence we shared were super uncomfortable. But don't worry, after she got her stuttering breath under control, I was like, shit, Mom, that's a fucked up way to react to my joke. She looked up at me, and I don't know if it was my place to start crying, but I couldn't help it. Everything suddenly got really heavy in the room. And then my mom explained herself, beginning with an apology, like, I'm sorry, Gia, I don't know where that came from. Then she was like, well, no, I know where it came from, but I don't know why I just had such a PTSD reaction to it. I'm really sorry, Gia, it's not about you. And I remember that she lit a cigarette, one where she took a long inhale. She smoked inside all the time, but it looked like she really needed that drag more than the air in her lungs. It looked like she had a deer in the headlights expression while she sat with the ash falling onto the table in front of her. All of this confused the hell out of me. PTSD about what? I asked her. She says, I chose to never work in the city months before you were even a thought. And well, apparently, when my mom was in her early 20s, she would take the bus to and from work, and the salon paid for her bus pass. She spoke like it was a really enjoyable part of her job. She would usually use the time to read a book or look out the window at buildings around her. My mom never intentionally interacted with anyone. Most of the people on that route were fellow entrepreneurs simply going to work. She'd taken that same trip for over a year and a half, and then one morning on her way to work, my mom finds a seat next to a window near the back of the bus. As the bus fills up, a man gets on and walks back to sit in the seat next to my mom. Though the options were growing limited, there were still some open seats that this guy could have chosen that weren't ones right next to her. But, not being rude, she looks over at him to acknowledge his existence with a smile. It's just a normal-looking guy. Skinny, peppered hair, white shirt, wearing a denim jacket. In her brief glance towards him, she sees that he's already staring at her. And he continued to stare at her after she looked away. She could see his head turned in her direction from the reflection in the window that she was leaned against. His gaze begins to make her skin crawl, and she thinks, if she turns and confronts him and he goes crazy, there's plenty of people close enough to rip this guy off of her before he could do any serious damage. That's what she thinks. So as this guy begins to scoot closer to her, she turns around, asks him to back off, to stop staring at her. Everyone else on the bus is doing their own thing. Nobody's paying attention to her and this guy. His expression didn't change. He wasn't very expressive to begin with, but my mom's request was ignored in his response. The man presses his finger to his lips like, shh, and then he slowly opens up the right side of his jacket. She hears a small metallic click, and in the layer of white wool that lined the inside of the denim jacket, my mom saw 2 grenades, hidden near the sleeve. Speaking at a normal level to my mom, he casually tells her, "My name's Hooper. God wants me to blow up this bus. If you scream, I pull the pins and kill us all right now. But I'm trying to wait until we're on First Street. Can you wait until First Street? Come on, lady, it's like 4 stops from now. Please." My mom is completely filled with terror. She can only nod her head in agreement. He had her trapped in the seats up against a window. She saw the people rotate on and off the bus and couldn't believe she wasn't going to do that. It was too much. And as much as she tried to enjoy the view of the outside for her final time, she started to have a panic attack that she mistakenly diagnosed as a heart attack. The shortness of breath and pounding in her chest made my mom start to think that she wouldn't make it to First Street. Thinking her heart would explode before the bus did, my mom had nothing to lose, so with the remaining strength that she had, she used it to shout for help. She stood out of her seat and grabbed the man in front of her before Hooper pulled her back down. But by that point, my mom had drawn attention that she desperately needed to draw. Hooper gets my mom's head in the palm of his hands and starts bouncing it off the glass beside her, calling her Satan's whore. A man standing in an aisle jumps up onto the guy. He pushes the man off and then spins from a sitting position to standing on his feet in the aisles. My mom knew what was going to happen next, and all she could do was watch. Hooper screams, "That's it!" And now he had everyone's attention. He reaches into his jacket, and as my mom starts screaming, he has a grenade. Hooper holds one of them out in front of him and pulls the fucking pin. Everyone on the bus dives backwards on top of each other, trying to get away from the explosive. My mom is pressing her back against a window and begins to scream. Then, after a few seconds go by, Hooper is still standing there with the grenade tightly gripped. His other hand hung frozen in mid-air with the pin in it. The grenade didn't go off. Was it a dud? Who knows? People start to realize what's going on, and my mom sees Hooper begin to scramble for the second grenade, and she screams, "He's got another one." The volume on the bus becomes a crescendo of noise as a boom erupts inside. Those who had their eyes open got to see what happened. My mom says she wishes she'd been one of those who had their eyes closed for a moment just before they opened their eyes again. That boom, it left a ringing in their ears loud enough to believe they had died. Maybe this trauma would have been easier to overcome, but instead, her eyes were wide open. My mom and a handful of others on the bus saw a man in the row adjacent to Hooper. He'd pulled out a large handgun. The bullet went through Hooper's skull, chipped the glass in the window next to my mom's. Hooper's body crumbled to the ground, and another rise and fall of emotion is heard amongst the people on board. Because the bomb or bombs didn't go off, it wasn't newsworthy after the first day. But the people on that bus, including my mom, they see reruns of that day in 4K Ultra HD. So if you ever think, did my mom act like that towards me because she doesn't love me? She might just have some PTSD over some crazy shit that you don't know about that happened to her in the 70s. In the year 2000, I drove to Toronto to catch a football game. I didn't have much money, and hotels in the city were way out of my budget. I figured I could just sleep in my car for the night, rather than drive the 3 hours back to my hometown. It seemed like a good idea at the time. Nothing too risky. People did it all the time, right? Plus, it was downtown Toronto, busy, well-lit. I remember thinking that, and what could possibly go wrong? After the game, I found a private parking lot tucked between 2 office buildings. It was quiet, almost deserted, and I liked that. No street noise, no people around, and the fee was cheap enough for me to justify sticking around. The whole place had an eerie vibe, though. The kind that makes you sort of second-guess yourself. I brushed it off, though. This was about as good as it was going to get. Absolutely better than a 3-hour drive. I parked near the back, far from the entrance, laid my seat down as far as I could go, wrapped up in my jacket, and stretched out. I tried to get some rest, and I sort of did. But around 3 a.m., I was startled awake by the sharp sound of breaking glass. It was loud, like someone had taken a baseball bat to a window nearby. My heart jumped in my throat. I sat up slowly, still half asleep, but then I heard more glass shattering, and this time closer. I peered out the side window, and that's when I saw them. A group of guys, maybe 6 or 7. They'd taken over the parking lot. They were laughing, yelling. I knew I'd parked far enough away from the other cars, but they were just smashing their way through anything they could get their hands on. I watched as one of them hurled a rock straight through the window of the parking lot's ticket booth. The glass exploded on impact, scattering across the pavement. I had that feeling of panic in my chest. They weren't just a couple of rowdy kids. This seemed like a gang, and they weren't messing around. They were going from car to car, smashing windows, kicking in doors, rummaging through whatever they could find. I didn't know what they were looking for. Money, electronics, drugs, who knew? But they were destroying everything in their path. That was clear. My car, an old beater that was practically falling apart, was parked not far from the middle of the lot. I thought maybe, just maybe, they would pass it over. After all, who would bother with a rusted-out hunk of junk like mine? But that hope quickly evaporated when I saw one of the guys, a tall one with a shaved head and a menacing look, point in my direction. My stomach dropped. Without thinking, I ducked down as low as I could, pulling an old hoodie and some clothes from the back seat over me like a makeshift blanket. My mind raced. If they found me, what would they do? There was no way I could fight off an entire gang, but I wasn't about to just sit there like a target. I tried to breathe slowly, quietly, but every sound outside seemed magnified. The crunch of glass under their boots, the clang of metal as they ripped into someone's car door. Though the lot was big, I could hear their voices now, clearer and closer than before. There were only a few cars away now. One of them laughed this high-pitched noise. It was kind of a manic laugh. It sent chills down my spine, but I stayed silent. Another guy was talking about teaching someone a lesson. I had no idea what they were talking about, but it didn't matter. I wasn't waiting around to find out. What if they looked inside my car? And what if they saw me? I imagined them finding me, yanking me out by the collar, and beating the life out of me right there. My brain was scrambling. I was trying to come up with a plan. Maybe I could pretend to be drunk or stoned, just completely out of it. Maybe they'd laugh and move on. But that didn't feel right. I had no idea how they'd really react. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure they could hear it. The guys were now right next to my car, their voices just outside. I could hear the jangle of metal. One of them must have been fiddling with something, maybe a crowbar or a knife. Every muscle in my body was tense at this point, waiting for the sound of my window shattering. That moment when everything would go from bad to worse. Then, out of nowhere, I heard the faintest hint of a siren in the distance. At first, I wasn't sure if it was real or just my mind trying to trick me. But the gang must have heard it too, because their chatter stopped abruptly. There was a pause, a tense, eerie silence that seemed to stretch on forever. And then they bolted. The sound of their footsteps, heavy and fast, faded into the night as they scattered like the cockroaches I assumed they were. The siren grew louder, closer, and I dared to peek out from under the clothes, and they were gone. The lot was a wreck. Shattered windows, dented cars, debris everywhere. But the gang had vanished. I sat there still frozen, still trying to process what had just happened. The sirens finally reached the lot, and flashing red and blue lights reflected off the buildings. A police car pulled up, but by then, it was too late. The damage was done. I stayed hidden for a while longer, until the cops had done a quick sweep of the lot and moved on. When it felt safe enough, I slowly uncurled myself from my hiding spot. My muscles were stiff, aching, but even still, I didn't dare get out of the car, not until I saw daylight. When I finally drove away from that parking lot, I couldn't stop thinking about how close of a call it had been. If those sirens hadn't come when they did, I don't know what might have happened. Maybe nothing. Maybe everything. I used to take the same bus home from work every night. It was late, usually after 10 p.m., and the ride was never too crowded. It wasn't the best part of town, but I'd gotten used to it. Headphones in, eyes on my phone, just counting the minutes until I'd be home. I wish I could say that the night felt different, that I somehow knew something bad was going to happen, but I didn't. The driver barely glanced at me as I swiped my card, as usual, and the few other passengers there sat in silence, staring straight ahead like they were afraid to make eye contact with anyone. This was pretty standard. I found a seat in the middle, close enough to the back door for a quick exit if I needed one, but not too far away from the driver either. I always did that, just a little safety measure that I'd picked up after living in the city for a while. The bus rumbled along and I was scrolling through my phone, trying to tune out the hum of the city outside. And that's when I noticed a man a few rows ahead of me. He was pacing, his eyes darting around nervously. His hands twitched at his sides, and every now and then he muttered something under his breath. And there was a woman sitting across the aisle from him. Her eyes were fixated on the floor, gripping her purse tightly. She kept glancing at him out of the corner of her eye, like she was trying not to draw attention to herself, but couldn't help watching him. I took out one of my earbuds to get a better sense of what was happening. The man's muttering was getting louder, more agitated. I couldn't make out the words, but there was something about his tone that put me on edge. Suddenly, he stopped pacing and turned to the woman. "You think I don't know what you did?" His voice was sharp and filled with accusation. The woman stiffened, her knuckles white as she clutched her purse. "I don't know what you're talking about," she said quietly, her voice trembling. The man took a step closer to her, his body tense. "You've been following me," he hissed. "I've seen you. You've been watching me for days." The whole bus seemed to hold its breath. No one moved, no one said anything. The driver kept his eyes on the road, either oblivious or too scared to intervene. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. Something wasn't right. The woman looked terrified, but the man wasn't listening. He kept accusing her of things, of spying on him, of working for someone else. His words didn't make sense, but the fear in his voice was real. Then, in one quick, fluid motion, he reached into his jacket and pulled out a knife. The entire bus jolted with collective shock, but no one did anything. My body froze. I wanted to shout, to scream, but the words got stuck in my throat. The woman gasped, backing up against the window, her eyes wide with panic. "Please," she whispered. "I don't know you. I haven't done anything." The man's hand shook as he pointed the blade at her. "Liar," he spat. "You're trying to ruin me. You think I don't know." I knew I had to do something. My mind raced, searching for options, but I was stuck in my seat, paralyzed with fear. The other passengers were just as frozen, all of us too scared to act. Just as I was about to force myself to stand up, someone else made the first move. A guy sitting near the front, a big guy, maybe mid-30s. He stood up and stepped forward, raising his hands in a calming gesture. "Hey man, let's all just calm down." he said, his voice surprisingly steady. "No one's trying to hurt you. Put the knife away." The man with the knife spun around, eyes wild. "Stay out of this," he shouted, his voice cracking with desperation. And then everything happened at once. This woman made a sudden move, trying to dash past him towards the front of the bus. In an instant, the man lunged at her. Slashing wildly with the knife, she screamed, stumbling backwards, clutching her arm where he had cut her. Blood soaked through her sleeve. The big guy charged forward, trying to grab the man, but it was too late. In the chaos, the man turned and swung the knife again. This time, the blade was caught in the guy's stomach. I watched as he crumbled to the floor. Panic erupted on the bus, people screaming, rushing for the exits. The driver slammed on the brakes, the bus screeching to a halt in the middle of the street. I pushed my way to the back door, stumbling onto the pavement, gasping for air. Behind me, I could still hear the woman sobbing, the big guy groaning in pain. The man with the knife was shouting incoherently, his voice drowned out by the chaos around us. I ran. I didn't stop until I was blocks away, my hands shaking, my mind reeling. It wasn't until I reached safety, the safety of my apartment, that I realized I was covered in someone's blood. After following up with the police, they told me that the big guy had survived, but just barely. The woman had been stabbed too, though she'd escaped with only minor injuries. They arrested the man with the knife at the scene, but no one ever figured out what had set him off. I'm going to assume mental illness. He had no motive, no real reason for attacking that woman. It could have just as easily been me or anyone else there. It was horrifying for everyone. I had been driving for hours. The heat had finally started to give way to the cold as the sun set. The road stretched endlessly ahead of me, a thin ribbon of asphalt cutting through a desolate expanse of nothing. No signs of life, just sand, rocks, the occasional distant mountain peak. My old but otherwise reliable car rattled along, sputtering more than usual. I should have gotten it checked before this trip, but I'd been in a hurry. A cross-country drive through the desert. It sounded like a great idea at the time. Escape from everything, a bit of solitude. Now I wasn't so sure. The gas gauge had been inching towards empty for the last hour. I kept telling myself I'd see a gas station soon, but it had been miles since the last one. Probably long closed by now. Suddenly, my car lurched, the engine coughing violently before dying completely. I managed to pull it off to the side of the road, the tires crunching against the sand. I sat in silence while I stopped, gripping the steering wheel, and the realization sinking in. I was stranded, alone, in the middle of nowhere. I popped the hood, hoping it was something simple. Maybe it had overheated. But as I stared blankly at the engine, I knew I was in over my head. Mechanics had never been my thing, and the rapidly dimming light really didn't help. I was basically alone in growing darkness. I had driven so far off the beaten path that there were no passing cars, no signs of civilization, and now here I was, right in the middle of nothing. I tried to think rationally, but no phone, no way to call for help. All I could do was wait, hoping that somebody would pass by eventually. But the more time that passed, the hope began to fade. The temperature had dropped sharply, the heat of the day replaced by a biting cold. I rummaged through the back seat for a jacket, pulling it tight around myself as I leaned against the car, listening. There was something unsettling about the silence of the desert at night. Too quiet, too still. Hours passed. Every now and then I thought I heard something, faint, distant sounds that carried on the wind. At first, I dismissed them as tricks of the mind, but they grew more distinct, a soft shuffling, like footsteps crunching through the sand. I tensed up, straining my ears, and there it was again, closer this time. I stood up, scanning the desert around me, but I couldn't see anything in the darkness, just the endless stretch of sand and shadows. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement. A figure, far off just at the edge of the road, walking slowly towards me. My heart began to race, and a chill crept up my spine. Who else would be out here, in the middle of the night, in the middle of nowhere? As the figure drew closer, I could make out more details. It was tall and thin, draped in tattered clothing that flapped in the wind. Now, standing outside the car, I called out, my voice shaky. "Hey, are you okay?" No response. The figure kept moving, slow but deliberate. Something was wrong. I backed up, trying to put my car between me and it. My pulse was in my ears. The figure was close now, close enough that I could see its face. But I couldn't really see a face. There was nothing. Just hollow, dark voids where the eyes should be, where the nose should be. The thing, whatever it was, it stopped at the front of my car, its empty gaze locked on me. I stumbled backwards, my legs barely working. It didn't follow. It just stood there, watching, waiting. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, it turned and began to walk away, back into the dark. I watched, unable to move, until it was out of sight completely, swallowed by the night. I did not sleep. I stayed in my car, huddled in the back seat, clutching the seatbelt like it was some sort of lifeline. Every sound had me on edge. Every gust of wind sent my heart racing, but nothing else came. No cars, no figures, no help. By morning, I was exhausted but alive. The desert was as empty as it had been the day before. The events of the night seeming almost like a dream. Almost. The sun started to cast a harsh light. I took a deep breath and decided that I had no choice but to start walking. I grabbed a bottle of water from the back seat, put on my jacket, and set off down the road. I didn't know how far I'd get before I needed help, but staying in the car felt like waiting for death. I had only been walking for maybe an hour when I heard it, the distant hum of an engine. I turned, my heart leaping as I saw a vehicle approaching, a dusty pickup truck, old but sturdy. It came into view. I waved my arms frantically, desperate for them to see me. The truck slowed to a stop, and an older man, probably his late 60s, leaned out the window. He wore a wide-brimmed hat and had the kind of leathery skin you get from years in the sun. "You stranded?" he asked in a gravelly voice, his eyes scanning the empty road behind me. "Yeah," I said, my voice cracking with relief. "My car broke down back there. I've been stuck all night." He nodded like he'd seen it 1,000 times before. "Not much traffic out here this time of year. Hop in, I'll take you to the next town. We'll get you sorted out." I climbed in the passenger seat. His words were such relief. The warmth of the truck's interior was a welcome relief from the cold desert morning. I obviously didn't say anything to the old man about the figure I'd seen, but I don't think I was out there long enough to be hallucinating. Still, it didn't really feel real anymore. I still couldn't shake the feeling that something had been out there with me, though. something that didn't belong to the world that I had known so far. The next town was only 30 miles away, though it felt like an eternity had passed since I'd seen civilization. The old man dropped me off at a garage where I arranged to have my car towed. The mechanic told me the engine was beyond saving, too old, too neglected. I didn't argue. I ended up taking a bus home, cutting my trip short. I never made that drive again, and I still wonder sometimes, what did I see that night? And has anyone else ever seen it too? The Vortex Highway, just a stretch of Route 33 near the southern edge of Oregon that's infamous for strange occurrences. Compasses spinning, birds flying in circles, electronics shorting out. I'd heard about it over the years being from near the area, even read a few online threads full of wild stories. But it wasn't until last year, when I took the route for myself, that I understood why people stayed away. I'm not a superstitious person. I've spent most of my life behind the wheel, driving cross-country for work. Nothing scares me on the road, not thunderstorms or blizzards, not even the loneliness that comes with hours of driving through empty, isolated highways. But what happened to me on Route 33, I still can't explain. I was headed from Portland to a small town in Northern California for a work gig. It was a clear afternoon, a little overcast in the distance, but nothing out of the ordinary. My GPS directed me toward Route 33, a shortcut through some pretty rural areas. I remembered the stories about the vortex, shrugged them off, obviously. People love a good campfire tale. The moment I hit the stretch of road, though, things started to feel off. The trees that lined the road, they seemed too tall, too close together, as if they were leaning in, crowding the asphalt. My radio signal cut out, leaving me with only static. And that's common in remote areas, so no big deal, right? But then I noticed the sky, the overcast clouds. They'd thickened into a strange swirling pattern directly above me, almost like they were moving in slow, tight circles. I remember glancing at my clock, 2:15 p.m. I had a lot of hours before sundown, a lot of driving. And that's when I started to feel wrong. The best way I can describe it is like a heaviness, a pressure building in the air. My chest felt tight, my head buzzed, as if I were sitting under high-voltage power lines. I chalked it up to being tired. I kept driving. Maybe it was a storm, but there was no rain, nothing, just the noise and the clouds. A few minutes later, something even stranger happened. I saw the same mile marker, the one that I had passed 10 minutes ago. I was sure of it, mile marker 204. A sign for an old, run-down gas station up ahead that I'd already seen and decided to skip. I frowned, thinking I must have missed a turn somehow. I checked my GPS, but the screen was frozen. The little blue dot showing my location was stuck in place, like I wasn't moving at all. I pulled over, trying to get my bearings, feeling a little bit uneasy, thinking maybe I am superstitious. My phone had no service, which was kind of weird, but again, I thought it was just the area. I reset the GPS, turned the car back on, and kept going. And that's when it happened. I blinked. That's the only way I can describe it. One moment, I'm driving past a cluster of trees. The next, the road was completely different. The trees were gone. The sky, which had been an odd, swirling gray, was now a deep, dark purple. I slammed on my brakes. My heart was sort of hammering in my chest, and I was wondering what the hell just happened. I checked the clock on my dashboard. 7:43 p.m. 5 hours had passed, in the blink of an eye. I sat there, staring at the time, trying to just make sense of it. There was no way I'd been driving for 5 hours. I hadn't stopped. I hadn't dozed off. It was just gone. Missing time. My phone was dead. No GPS. The air outside of my car felt thick. It was still humming. I had to keep driving. I didn't know where I was, but I really hoped I'd figure it out. I drove, faster now, trying to outrun whatever was happening. The pressure in my head was kind of unbearable, like my skull was being squeezed. I glanced in the rearview mirror, and there was something behind me, just barely visible. A tall figure, maybe, dark, standing at the edge of the road, watching me, but getting further away. I couldn't make out features in such a time. It was just a black outline. I really didn't want anything to do with this place, so I floored it, and I didn't look back again. After what felt like probably forever, I finally saw lights, and there was a town up ahead. As soon as I passed a gas station, my phone pinged to life, and the clock on my dashboard seemed to be working with reality, showing 8:10 p.m. That was about how much time had passed since I had this strange experience. At the moment I pulled into town, the pressure in the air had disappeared, and that strange buzzing was gone. The clouds, normal. But I still had no idea what happened. I checked my phone, scrolling through the hours that had disappeared. No missed calls, no messages. Like nothing had happened in those 5 hours. But I knew it wasn't nothing. I'd been somewhere else for a long time. There's not really a reason for me to take Route 33 anymore. I don't really even drive near it, but I do find myself obsessively checking the clock when I'm driving, kind of afraid that one of these days I'll blink again, but this time I just won't come back or something. I met a guy through Tinder back in Chicago. He's the reason that I stopped using Tinder and never plan on using it again in the near future. He was incredibly handsome, with a shining, beautiful smile. We met and spent the afternoon walking by Lake Michigan, talking, having a good time. From our conversation, he was extremely interested in philosophy, but the sort of hippie type of philosophy, and also seemed to genuinely believe in conspiracies and all that stuff. He quoted stuff that I'd never heard before in my life and told me that he's read tons of books on that and encouraged me to read those and watch those about that too. Honestly, I can't recall what that even was. It happened a long time ago, and it was not mainstream and sort of gothic. Also, I got to learn that he was unemployed because he left school. His family is apparently very wealthy. His dad, a lawyer, and he was talking about him, how he really wanted him to go back to school and get a decent job, but he refused. Eventually, he took me home, and when we got home, he kissed me. And it was one of the most mesmerizing kisses ever, just as the light outside started to fade away. The next day, that kiss stayed with me, and I wanted to meet him again. I waited 2 days with no messages when I decided to message him myself. And this is how it went. "Hey, how are you? What are you up to?" After a while. "I'm busy. I'm not in a good mood." "Oh, I'm sorry. Is everything okay?" "No, nothing's okay. I can't tell you though. You'll think I'm weird." "I hope it'll get better." "No, I won't think you're weird. Just tell me." Boy, was I wrong. "I'm planning to kill my mom." What the fuck? That was like someone throwing a bucket of cold water in my face. My legs got weak. I started to feel fear closing in. I tried to regain my composure and then, me panicking. "Please tell me you're joking." "No, I'm not. I even wrote down how I would proceed to kill her. I would strangle her, how I would make it seem like it's not me who did it. Did she do something to you? No, I just feel this uncontrollable hatred towards her. Please, please don't do it. Yeah, I probably won't. I'm mentally unstable. I've had these thoughts before, and I just made plans and didn't follow through. Maybe this time it'll be the same. I just can't push these thoughts away. Yeah, please just calm down, take a walk outside. Just don't be at home. He stopped responding. I didn't report this to the police. I was a foreigner in the U.S. and honestly wasn't sure if this was enough grounds to report anything to the police. I just sat in my apartment all day, being scared and nervous. Then the next day, he messaged me. Hey, I got over it. Nothing happened. Do you want to hang out? Needless to say, I couldn't run away from that faster. Really unfortunate. He had everything going for him. Smart, handsome, coming from an upper-class family. He was even going to La Jolla University before dropping out. But mental instability and illness takes everything away from you. I really hope the best for all of them. I've been backpacking for as long as I can remember, cutting through forests or mountains that most people wouldn't even step foot in. The deep woods have always been a sanctuary for me. I know how to track animals, read the weather, navigate the stars when the GPS fails. I've encountered bears, wolves, even mountain lions out there, but I've never felt anything like this. The trip was supposed to be routine, just a couple of nights solo in the Cascades, pushing deep into a section of the forest that I hadn't been to yet, but I'd heard a lot about. It was early fall, and I'd pitched a tent near a stream, miles away from the nearest trailhead, surrounded by thick woods and towering pines. Perfect isolation. By the time I was set up, the sun was dipping low, so I started a fire, made a quick meal, settled in to watch the stars. And that's when I first smelled it. I thought that could be a skunk passing by, but the smell was different, more like rotting meat, mixed with something earthy, like damp soil. It was faint, but it was carried on in the wind. It lingered, long enough to make me wrinkle my nose. I tried to shake it off. I convinced myself that it was just this part of the wilderness. There's always something out there decaying, some animal that met its end. But the smell kept coming back, stronger each time. And then I heard something. Branches, large ones, snapping, deep in the trees behind me. I froze. My hand instinctively was reaching for my flashlight. It's common to hear animals moving at night, but this sounded different, heavier, slower, like something big was moving through the underbrush, taking its time. I clicked on my flashlight and swept it across the trees. The beam cut through the darkness good, but I couldn't see anything, just the dense thicket. The shadows were just the undergrowth in my light. I listened, but the woods were silent again. It wasn't until I sat back down by the fire that the unease hit me again. I've been alone in the wilderness enough times to know when something's not right. And tonight, something felt wrong. The smell, the sound. I kept telling myself I was pretty deep in the wild. My mind could be playing tricks on me. I tossed another log on the fire and I settled into my sleeping bag instead of leaving, trying to convince myself again that I'd be fine. But as the flames died down, eventually, the sense of being watched crept in. And the smell, it came back. Stronger this time. Thick and foul. Like it was right there. I grabbed my flashlight again, flicking it on as I sat bolt upright. And that's when I saw it just for a second, at the very edge of the trees. A shape. Huge. I couldn't make out any details, but it stood on two legs, taller than any man I'd ever seen, or any bear. Broad shoulders, hunched. It moved between the trees with an eerie kind of grace for something so big. I felt myself kind of lose it. That had to be a bear, right? The bears don't move like that. They don't watch you from the shadows like that. I stayed frozen, the flashlight beam trembling in my hand now. Whatever it was, it blended into the trees so well, I almost couldn't see it until it moved again. Slowly, this time. It was like it was pacing, and then watching me. I heard another snap, the crunch of something heavy, and that smell now, it was sickening. It was like it was right on top of me. Whatever this thing was, I wasn't going to get caught unprepared. I stood up, grabbed my bear spray, flashlight in hand, shaking. I started to make noise, clacking things together, yelling. In the event it was a bear, I wanted it out of there. I told it as much. Get out of here. No response. But I saw movement again. A dark silhouette shifting behind the trees, quicker this time. My hands were officially shaking. My grip on the light and the spray was slippery. I was trained for this, though, prepared for wild animals, you know? But this didn't feel like anything I'd ever faced before. And then it let out a sound. It wasn't a growl, not like a bear or a wolf. It was deeper, guttural, almost like a heavy, wet breath. The kind of sound that hits you in the chest, hits that primal part of your brain and tells you to run. But I didn't. I couldn't. I just stood there, trying to figure out if I was still hearing things right, or if the forest was playing tricks on me. The creature moved again. Its shape was looming. It paused, as if deciding whether it was going to step into the clearing or stay hidden. But my throat was dry, and my heart was racing. Every instinct told me to flee, but I didn't want to make a sudden move, or maybe I couldn't. I just stood there gripping the bear spray, and that thing just out of sight, its foul stench hanging in the air between us. And then it slowly backed away. I heard it crashing through the trees, heavier now, less cautious. It was running until the sound faded into the distance. I stood there for a long time, listening and waiting for the sound to come back, but it didn't. I doused the fire, packed my gear as fast as I could, and started walking. I didn't stop until the sun was rising. I never saw it again, I never heard it again, and I didn't smell that god-awful stench again. But I know what I felt. I know what I saw. Something big. Something that shouldn't have been there. Or maybe I shouldn't have been there. But it was watching me. I've been back to the woods since countless times, but I don't go that deep anymore. Not alone. Because there's something out in those woods. Something I have no desire to see again. Having been a nurse for 30 years, I've seen some things that I'm unable to explain. I always tried to find a logical or scientific answer for anything out of the ordinary, but sometimes that wasn't possible. One day, one of the nurses in the post-open heart surgical ICU where I worked went to draw some medication from the Pyxis machine. A Pyxis machine is an automated medication dispenser. You put in your code, the names of all the patients on your unit appear on the screen. You choose yours, and then it displays their meds, and you take them out. Simple. Who's taking care of Florence? The nurse asked all of us. Who? We said. We don't have a patient named Florence. I didn't think so. Her name's in our machine. Pharmacy must have screwed up and put her in here instead of where she really is. She called the pharmacy and informed them of their error. What are you talking about? The pharmacist asked. We have the master machine and we enter all of the names in the entire hospital. I'm looking at your machine and there's no one named Florence in your machine. Well, I'm not crazy. I'm looking at her name right now. If you don't believe me, then come up here yourself," the nurse told him, annoyed. He did. He couldn't explain it. He called the Pyxis company technician. He came to the hospital and didn't know what to make of it either. He said it was impossible to have a name show up in one machine and not appear in the master machine. After a week, her name disappeared on its own. The pharmacy insisted that they hadn't removed it. A month later, it happened again. As before, her name didn't show up in the master, but it did in ours. It stayed there for a while and then disappeared. After a few months of this, we began to see a pattern. Florence would stay in our Pyxis until 3 people died. Then she'd disappear. It didn't even need to be our patients. Any deaths in the hospital would do. But it was always 3. It reached a point that someone would go to the Pyxis and gasp, "Ladies, hang on to your patients. Florence is back." We would look around nervously. Some of us would even have conversations with the ceiling. "Stay away from my patient, Florence. Go find someone else to take." We used to joke that Florence was a celestial bus driver with a need to fill her big black bus with the dead. Once she had all of her passengers on board, she would drive them to their final destination. Florence, bus driver to the stars. We would hear a code blue called in the hospital and wait a reasonable amount of time, then page the nursing supervisor. "Did the code on 5 West make it?" we would ask. "No." "How many does Florence have now?" Everyone knew about our ghost. "That makes 2. 1 more and she'll leave us for a while." We tried to find out who our ghost was. We checked our records, and we knew that she'd never passed through our ICU. We were at a loss as to why she was targeting us, so to speak. Finally, one of the secretaries got an idea. "Let's look in the death book," she said. The death book was a ledger book, one in which we would handwrite the name of every patient who died in our ICU or in the operating room. It was a huge book with hundreds of pages of names, but sure enough, we found Florence in the death book. She had died a week before her first appearance in our Pyxis. The reason that we couldn't find any record of her was because she had never made it to our ICU. She was meant to, but she died during surgery on the OR table. We figured that she was haunting us because she wanted to come into the ICU and never got the chance. After almost a year, we decided to send our ghost away. So how does one get rid of a ghost? Exorcism? Seance? No. We planned to do what any group of science-based, educated, rational people would do. Throw a ghost-going-away party. More specifically, a go towards the light party. On the anniversary of her death, we borrowed a CPR mannequin from the education department. We put her in a hospital gown, sat her at the head of our table in the kitchen, and placed a sign around her neck that said, "Hi, my name is Florence." Just chillin' before her party. We printed a huge banner saying, "Bon voyage, Florence. Have a safe trip to the afterlife," and we strung it up in the break room. Everyone brought food and we had a potluck. Within an hour, word had spread all over the hospital that our crazy open-heart ICU nurses were having a party for a ghost. People came from other units just to see if it was true. Like ethereal spirits themselves, young doctors appeared out of thin air, sniffing the scent of our cooking and salivating over the table, groaning with food. Baby docs were always scrounging for a free meal. We heard you were having a party. Do you have any extra food that we could, they said, trying not to look so hungry and desperate. "Of course, there's plenty here," we told them as they loaded up their plates with baked ham, fried chicken, potato salad. They all ate hungrily and stared at the mannequin. "So, what's all that about?" they asked between bites. "That's Florence. She's our ghost. We threw her this going-away party so that she'll stop haunting us and gathering the souls of the dead to drive off in her bus," we told them, straight-faced. They glanced at each other warily. Okay. Hey, is that key lime pie? After our party, not a day went by that we didn't hold our breath when we accessed the Pyxis machine, searching for her name. She never reappeared. It seems all she wanted was a wake. Rest in peace, Florence. I'm a kindergarten teacher. I primarily use these boards under a different account with vastly different types of posts. This one, though, I thought it touched on a personal level, so I gotta remain anonymous. But right now, I'm desperate for any input from fellow educators or child therapy specialists on how to go about handling a child's unique problem. The start of the year is in full force. I have a class of 15 truly wonderful children. Let's call one of them DJ. DJ is 5. His birth parents are out of the picture. Mom's addicted and dad's deceased. Thankfully, his grandparents have stepped in to take care of him. There's no worry about abuse or fetal alcohol syndrome or other traumas. He's still too young to really understand the family situation. He calls them Oma and Opa. At the beginning of the year, the grandmother, Oma, approached me and dropped a pretty heavy bomb. Opa had lung cancer. It progressed fast, and literally the second week of September, he passed. DJ was out for a few days after that, but returned to class the following Thursday. He was somber, but his friends were able to cheer him up towards the end of the day, and I was so grateful to give Grandma a smiling kid to buckle up that afternoon. The next week was as normal as could be given the circumstances, but the next Friday, September 20th, I think, I asked the kids what their weekend plans would be. 14 children tell me they're either going to the park or soccer or the movies, and then it's DJ's turn to tell me, "Me and Oma are going monster hunting." I asked what that means. Teachers, get your thinking caps on because you're going to be tested at the end of this. How should I respond? With the confidence of this information being common knowledge, DJ explains, "There's been something whistling and knocking on his window at night, but every time he opens the curtains, there's no one outside." I tell him, the wind likes to whistle a tune every now and then. He says, "No, it sounds like Opa." Then he tells me that he gets scared when it wakes him up. He doesn't like when Opa knocks on the window. I asked if he's told Oma. "Yes," he replies. "She's heard it too. And that's why they're going monster hunting that weekend." All I can say is, wow, you'll have to tell me what you caught on Monday. Like, how do you respond to that? In an attempt to get a non-child perspective on the situation, I pull Oma aside at the end of the day and ask her about the monster hunting excursion she and DJ will be going on this weekend. Oma tells me, yeah, she thinks Opa's death opened up a portal in their house and it got haunted. Apparently he died at home and she's been seeing shadow people ever since. She says, "Did DJ tell you about the whistling? I've heard it with my own ears." Their monster hunt was going to be a walk around the backyard with flashlights and crosses, something to put DJ's mind at ease. Today's Tuesday, October 1st, and he still periodically talks about being woken up by things going bump in the night. In his own way, he explained to me the shadow figures that hide in the top corner of his room. It sounds like their paranormal problems stayed the same or have gotten worse. I've reached out to the counselors, but where would any diagnostic procedure realistically fit? Is it a mental health disorder if the grandmother's seeing and hearing the exact same things? What therapist would fit here? This blurs the lines of my mandated reporter duty as well, but don't worry. I called CPS just to ask because I'm constantly paranoid. I waited 20 minutes to make a report, but even they didn't know what to do. They made a note on the file, but that's it. So, the question's in your hands. I'd be so grateful to hear your input. Enlighten me with your knowledge because I'm stumped like the giving tree. Thanks. My family moved into our current house in 2012 after the elderly couple who had previously lived here had died within months of each other. Aside from superstition, all I knew about them was that they had left behind a middle-aged son who had sold us the house, and they'd also left various trinkets of theirs in the house. These included bottles of holy water, some ornaments, and a spoon with a teddy bear and the name Lucia engraved on it, probably a christening gift. The house was very old-fashioned. The wallpaper had been up for decades and the built-in furniture was rotting. This led to most of the rooms needing to be redecorated and rebuilt. This included the bathroom, which was originally the toilet in one room and the bath and sink in a separate room. I should also note that when you reach the top of the stairs, the bathroom door is directly on your left. One night when I went into the bathroom and shut the door behind me, next to the door stands a towel rack, and opposite that is a mirrored bathroom cabinet above the sink. The cabinet reflected a young girl from the shoulders up. It felt like a millisecond, but I saw her long enough to see that she had wavy, light blonde hair, was tall and skinny, and wearing a maroon blazer and tie. She was facing me, but had a nonchalant facial expression. Before I could turn to look at her, having realized that she would be standing next to me, her body in the mirror seemed to tilt backwards before she faded into nothingness. My mom was really spooked when I told her what I had seen, as she described a dream, one that involved a girl who matched the same description, running playfully down the stairs through the downstairs hallway. She said that every time the girl was about to reach the kitchen, this footage in her mind would go to static and then replay on a loop. My younger brother, who would have been about 7 at the time, stated a girl would come into his room, sit at the end of his bed, and sing. However, this may have just been him going along with the discussion, but who knows? Some other freaky occurrences were that people often saw a tall man in a suit and a top hat behind the car in the rearview mirror when reversing out of our driveway. The living room would also sometimes fill with the smell of cigar smoke. It would appear hazy, despite no one smoking. My mom also once attempted a house cleaning ritual involving burning a candle and saying a chant before it burned out. When my stepdad called her downstairs as the candle was almost burnt out, she felt her feet being pulled from beneath her, and something pushed her downstairs. By the time she reached the bottom, the candle had already burnt out. Thus, she never got to finish the ritual. We've described strange events to 3 different psychics, and without hearing any of the details, all 3 described similar stories of the previous owners having 2 children, including a daughter who had died from a neck injury from falling down the stairs when she was around 7. 2 of the psychics described the man as the girl's grandfather. He was trying to help her move on. Additionally, they all gave accounts of the girl while alive sitting inside the built-in wardrobe in my room during the night, and then going into my brother's room to talk to her brother. One said that the only way that she would leave is if we knocked out the built-in furniture in the room. I'm usually a skeptic when it comes to these kinds of things, but I don't doubt what I saw or the matching accounts of 3 different people. I should also note that since I knocked out my wardrobes about 3 years ago, there's been no additional occurrences. Bakersfield locals know the Padre Hotel well. It's a landmark, a place where people go to enjoy dinner, drinks, and sometimes something else entirely. One night I was there taking photos. I didn't expect anything out of the ordinary. I live in town, so visiting the Padre for dinner felt routine. Being a wedding photographer, I'd spent a lot of time there. The building itself is elegant, with polished floors, refined decor, and a sense of old-world charm. But something about it also felt off. Couldn't quite put my finger on it at first, but the more that you're there, the more you realize something else is too. Perhaps it was the occasional flicker of the lights, or the way the temperature seemed to drop the deeper into the restaurant you went. The Padre Hotel had seen its fair share of tragedy. In the 1950s, a devastating fire swept through the upper floors, claiming the lives of several families, most of them children. The memory of that night lingers in every hallway, in every corner. The hotel staff has tried, time and time again, to erase the signs of what happened. In one particular area of the restaurant, a child's handprint, small and smudged, it keeps reappearing on the wall. They've scrubbed it, painted over it, yet no matter what they do, it always returns, like the child's trying to remind us they never left. After dinner this night, I took a casual photo of the wall with the infamous handprint. It wasn't until I got home and examined the picture that my stomach turned. There, beside the handprint, was a shadowy figure. It was faint but unmistakable, a hazy outline of a person standing right next to it, watching. And that's when the stories that I'd heard about the Padre Hotel began to surface in my mind. Paranormal investigators had flocked to this place for years. Many claimed it to be one of the most active locations they'd ever encountered. Some spoke of a man who drowned mysteriously in his bathtub. Others whispered about a man who had leapt from the hotel's roof in an act of desperation and despair. Each death left a mark, like a stain on the soul of the hotel that no amount of renovation could wash away. And the strange happenings continue to this day. Water faucets turn on by themselves, and electrical malfunctions are commonplace, especially in rooms where guests have reported feeling watched. Bartenders speak of glasses sliding across the bar before crashing to the floor, and many have seen shadow figures darting out of the corner of their eyes, only to disappear when they look directly. Ever since the photo incident, I find myself incredibly curious every time I pass the Padre. I can't help but wonder what or who is still lingering inside. I guess I agree that the hotel is alive, not just with the hustle and bustle of guests, but with the spirits of former guests, ones refusing to be forgotten. April 14th, 2010. My brother and I had spent the afternoon at a local game center, losing ourselves in the noise of arcade machines flashing lights. After about 3 hours, as the day began to turn into night, we headed home. Once I got back, I grabbed my Sony Ericsson phone, plugged in my earphones, and settled in for the evening. It wasn't long after, maybe a few minutes past 7, when there was a knock on the door. I pulled out my earphones and opened the door to find 3 friends from the game center standing there. I greeted them casually, but their expressions were serious. They told me something had happened back at the game center and that I needed to come and clear my name. Without thinking much of it, I agreed, something I would later regret deeply. As we made our way back to the shop, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The other boys were unusually quiet. Despite my attempts to chat with them, they offered no response, and their silence was unsettling. When we arrived at the game center, I was taken aback by the sight of a large crowd gathered just outside. As soon as I stepped into full view, someone seized me by the arm. Confused and panicked, I struggled to get free, but before I could say anything, fists started flying. The crowd was upon me, delivering blow after blow. I tried to scream, but the words got stuck in my throat. Tears streamed down my face as they lifted me off the ground and tied me to an electrical pole. The pain of everything was unbearable. I'd chipped a tooth and blood was pouring from my mouth. It was then that I began to piece together what was happening. People were shouting accusations at me, calling me a thief. They claimed that I had stolen a mobile phone. My heart sank. I hadn't touched anyone's phone, let alone stolen one. I pleaded, screaming over the roar of the mob that I was innocent, but the cries fell on deaf ears. My protests only seemed to fuel their anger. Someone picked up a 2x4 plank and slammed it into my knee. This sent a wave of agony through my whole body. They slapped me, cursed me, and then, worst of all, they stripped me naked. Humiliated and broken, I still maintained my innocence, but no one cared. Just when I thought things couldn't get worse, witnesses started to come forward, one by one. They all claimed to have seen me unplug the phone from its charger and pass it to an accomplice. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It was like I was living in someone else's nightmare. By now, it was late into the night. My vision was blurry, and I could barely see the faces of those who came to insult me, calling me every name under the sun. Some accused me of being responsible for a string of thefts in the area, but I had no one to defend me. I was alone in this brutal, unjust trial. This is in Nigeria, where the mob rules, where being from a different ethnic group can make you a target, where not speaking their language makes you an outsider in your own country. Desperate, I begged for them to take me to the police station. Maybe there I could have a chance. But instead, my plea only enraged them further. They saw my request as arrogance. The crowd turned more hostile, and that's when I saw it. The torchlight, the tires, and the kerosene. My heart stopped. I knew what was coming next. They were going to burn me alive. I started to weep uncontrollably. My body trembled with fear. I prayed for a miracle, and by some grace, that miracle came. Out of nowhere, a family friend named Chuck appeared. He'd been heading home from work when he noticed the crowd, and he came closer to investigate. To his horror, he saw me tied to the pole, barely conscious. Without wasting a second, he ran to get my brother and sisters, who had already been searching for me. They arrived just in time, but the mob resisted their attempts to free me. It wasn't until some respected figures from my community intervened that they were able to cut me loose. By that point, I was barely standing, my body battered and bruised, my spirit crushed. In a desperate effort to clear my name, my older brother quietly pulled the owner of the missing phone aside and asked for his phone number. The man, skeptical, told my brother there was no point, that they had tried calling the number earlier. The phone was switched off, but my brother insisted. Reluctantly, the man gave him his number. When my brother dialed the number, something incredible happened. The phone began to ring within the crowd. Everyone turned to follow the sound. It led them to a young boy. Shock rippled through the onlookers. They asked the boy where he got the phone, and he calmly replied that his older brother had given it to him to take home. His brother had asked for the charger, so the boy came back to retrieve it. To my disbelief, it was one of the very friends who had come to fetch me from my house. I was stunned. He'd set me up to die, and for what? I couldn't understand why. I was rushed to the hospital that night, where I stayed for 3 days, recovering from injuries. In the days that followed, my family received countless apologies, and the owner of the game center offered me a free pass to the shop, though we moved out of the area before I could ever use it. I still carry the scars from that day, the deep cut on my forehead that required stitches, and the chipped tooth that served as a constant reminder. But the worst scars, they're the ones you can't see. I'll never forget how close I came to death, all because of a lie. It was meant to be a pretty flawless weekend. Just me, Ray, and the wilderness. No work, no stress, just the sound of birds and campfire. We'd pitched our tent near the edge of a really thick forest, miles away from any signs of civilization, on purpose. The sky had been clear when we arrived, and the evening sunset had lit the trees in a nice golden glow. It kind of felt like paradise. That night, we sat by the fire, sipping beers, talking about everything and nothing at the same time. The smell of pine. Loved that smell. The stars were also scattered. It was a clear night. Not a hint of nothing wrong. But looking back, I wish I'd paid more attention to the wind. It had picked up a little, just a little, enough to make the flames from our campfire dance a little bit higher than they should have. I woke up in the middle of the night to the smell of smoke, thick, heavy, acrid. At first, I thought that it was just the remnants of our fire, but then I noticed the sky outside the tent. It wasn't dark anymore. It was glowing, a sickly orange that flickered through the trees. "Ray," I whispered. I was shaking him awake. "Ray, wake up." He groaned, rubbing his eyes. He smelled it too right away. His eyes flew wide open. He sat up, unzipping the tent, sticking his head outside. "Holy crap, it's a fire." I scrambled out after him, my stomach dropping. The horizon was lit up with flames, and the fire was closer than I could have imagined. Close enough that I could feel the heat against my skin. And the wind, it was wild now, whipping through the trees, pushing the fire towards us like some living monster. I remember thinking, we're gonna die. "We gotta go," Ray said. His voice was tight with panic. "We gotta go right now." We didn't have time to pack anything. We grabbed the keys, our phones, bolted for the car. The smoke in the air was so thick, it stung my eyes, made my throat burn. Could hardly see a thing. The sound of the fire was a low, menacing roar, but it grew louder with each second, closing in literally all around us. As we reached the car, the first embers began to rain down, red, hot, dangerous. Ray fumbled with the keys, swearing under his breath. His hands were trembling. I watched him try to unlock the doors. The heat was intense, like the air itself was literally fire. Come on," he shouted to himself. Finally, the engine roared to life. Ray slammed his foot on the gas, and the tires spun out on the dirt before we tore down the road. The fire was everywhere, engulfing the trees on both sides, closing in, blocking out the sky. The flames lit up the night, casting an eerie glow over everything. The heat radiated through the windows, and I could feel the burn on my face. The air in the car was stifling. I was choking. I glanced over at Ray. His face was determined, though I could see fear. My own hands were shaking as I gripped the seat. "We can outrun it," Ray said. "We'll get out of here." I nodded, but inside I wasn't so sure. The fire was moving fast, and then I thought, is this even possible? It felt like a dream. Every few seconds, another tree burst into flames, sending embers swirling in the air like fireflies. We were trapped between walls of fire, and it felt like they were closing in on us, tightening. We sped around a bend, and then it happened. Ahead of us, a massive tree, engulfed in flames. It had crashed down across the road. Ray slammed on the brakes, and we skidded to a stop, inches from the burning wreckage. I could feel the heat radiating off of it, so hot it seemed to warp the air. I looked at Ray, panicked. "We can't go through that. If we don't, the fire's gonna trap us," Ray said, and his voice was tight. "We have to go through." I didn't have time to argue. He hit the gas, and the car surged forward. I screamed, bracing myself as we barreled straight towards the flames. The fire, roaring on both sides. For a second, it felt like we were driving into the heart of it. I could feel the heat searing my skin. the car filling with smoke. I swear I thought the car was going to melt all around us. I covered my face with my arms, feeling the intense heat pressing against me. But then, just as suddenly, we were through. The flames disappeared in the rear view, the orange glow fading behind us as we burst onto an open stretch of road. The sky was hazy, and the air was thick with smoke, but the fire was behind us, and we made it out. And then we heard it. Emergency services. I just sat there, shaking uncontrollably. My lungs burned, and the smell of smoke was heavy in the air, but we were alive. Ray's hands were trembling, and he was pale. His face was smeared with soot. Neither of us said anything for a long time. We just sat there, trying to catch our breath, process what had happened. Finally, I broke the silence. We almost didn't make it. Ray nodded, but we did. I turned back, looking at the fire, devouring everything in its path. I could hear the roar, but it was quieter now. We had escaped, but just barely. Firefighters worked on the fire for hours, and we were at the hospital for a majority of it. There wasn't a burn ban at the time, so we didn't actually end up getting in trouble, but there probably should have been one. Either way, I'm just happy we made it out alive. Took a while to appreciate the smell of a campfire again, that's for sure. I was in my 30s at the time, and I was deeply into turkey hunting. One early morning, long before the sun had risen, I set off on an adventure, one to a remote section of a national forest in the Ozarks, in Missouri. It's still dark when I reached a rugged, overgrown trail, one at the forest's edge, a place where I knew few hunters ever ventured. I parked my truck, shouldered my gun, headed off, feeling that familiar thrill that comes with being completely alone in a vast, untouched landscape. After walking a while, I sat down in the cover of some trees, waiting for the toms to start gobbling. As I scanned the silent surroundings, I heard it, a single gobble breaking the stillness, faint but clear, coming from just beyond the next ridge. Excited, I quickly descended the ridge that I was on. I scrambled up to the next one, certain that I was closing in. The gobble echoed again, but this time it was from the next ridge over. I hurried down and up again, my pulse quickening as the sky slowly brightened. I sat, waited, and listened, but there was nothing. No gobble, no sign of the turkey I'd been chasing. The morning light was now revealing the dense forest all around me, and that's when it hit me. I'd lost all sense of direction. The ridges looked the same, the trees uniform, and the faint trail that I'd followed earlier was nowhere in sight. Panic started to creep in a bit. I had no food or water with me, no idea which way to go. I tried to remain calm, weighing my options. If I picked the wrong direction, I could wander deeper into the wilderness. Yet staying put wasn't an option either. I gathered my nerves, decided to head down and up the next ridge, hoping to find some landmark or trail. It truly felt like I'd been hiking for hours. The landscape seemed endless and indifferent to my plight. My thoughts grew darker, even in this short amount of time, imagining how long I could be lost out here with no one to even know where I was. Then, as if answering my unspoken prayers, something miraculous happened. Out of nowhere, a dog appeared, a scruffy, lean figure, trotting through the underbrush. The sight of it was almost surreal, like a beacon in the wilderness. Relief had flooded over me. I knelt down, frantically petting the dog, hoping that it would lead me somewhere, anywhere. Someone that could guide me into civilization. but the dog didn't seem to have a destination in mind. Instead, it just stuck by my side, moving with me as I hiked along the ridge. I continued, now with this unlikely companion, climbing down and up one more ridge. And then, just when I thought that I was completely turned around, a trail appeared, like it had materialized out of thin air. The dog still trotted alongside me as I made my way back to the truck. My heart was still pounding from the fear that I'd felt just moments before. When I reached my truck, the dog gave me one last look, then turned and darted off into the trees, vanishing as suddenly as it had appeared earlier. I actually stood there for a long moment, watching the spot where it had disappeared to, wondering where it had come from and why it had found me. I looked at the topographical map before heading out that morning, and I knew that where we were, there were no homes, no cabins, nothing for miles in this part of the forest. The dog had no collar and showed no signs of being cared for. I briefly considered trying to call it back, to take it with me, but it was already gone. Over the next few days, the mystery of the dog lingered in my mind. I couldn't shake the feeling that something more was beneath the surface of that encounter. A few weeks later, while talking to a friend who worked for Park Services, I recounted the strange event. His face grew serious when I mentioned the location. He told me that a hiker had gone missing in that exact area several months earlier. They'd searched for weeks, but never found the man. They said the missing hiker's body was never recovered, but local authorities eventually found his dog. The description of the animal matched the one that had found me. It seemed I had encountered the very same dog that belonged to the missing man. The thought sent a chill down my spine. Somehow the dog had survived out there, wandering in the woods long after its owner had vanished, only to appear at a perfect moment to guide me back to safety. I'd often wondered how close I'd come to the missing man's last known location, or if his spirit was still lingering there, lost in the wilderness as well. All I know for sure is that the dog showed up when I needed it most, and then disappeared into the Ozarks, as if it had fulfilled some final task. For a very short time, I lived in a haunted house, which was my family's house. I was raised by my maternal grandparents, my mom still going away to college when she had me. My grandfather built the house for my grandmother back in the 60s. He acquired many of the materials from a hospital that had burnt down. Nothing ever happened in the house until my husband and I were ready to move out after I received an inheritance from my grandparents. The house was big, 36 by 40, and had a finished basement with a bachelor. My husband and I had the first level, while my great-aunt, grandfather's sister, lived in the bachelor in the basement. Our living room was just above her bed. Because it was an open space, the dining room area was above her living room. One night, my husband and I were watching television, and we were hearing humming. We obviously thought that it was my great-aunt because the voice sounded exactly like hers. Then, not long after, I heard my name. Often, when my great-aunt had something to tell me or wanted to ask something, she would come to the basement entrance, which was below the kitchen, and I could hear her very well. I answered, nothing. My husband asked me to call her again. Nothing. Then, when I was about to sit on the couch, I hear my name a second time. I went downstairs. I knocked on her door. Nothing. I was worried. I thought maybe she had fallen down or something. Nothing. Her door was locked. She only locked her door when she left. I climbed up the stairs and decided to see out the kitchen window, the one that overviewed the driveway. And like I suspected, no cars except my husband's. Just before I was about to let him know, he said, "Hey, isn't tonight her bingo night?" We heard more humming. but not my name. When my great aunt was back, I asked her if she sang or called me, and of course she answered no. I was out playing bingo. I left around 4. This happened between 7 and 10 p.m. No one else in the house. Nothing was malicious, but because I had never lived in a haunted place, it was enough to have my curiosity piqued. And I won't lie, I would love to have another experience as such. But if I never do, I'll surely never forget this one. My wife Sarah and I have always been drawn to the outdoors. We've been together for 6 years now, married for 2. And camping had always been our way to unwind from the daily grind. We appreciated the serenity of the woods, the crackling of a campfire, and the silence broken only by rustling leaves. Living in the city, we didn't have any of those things, so it was our escape. But this trip changed everything. We'd set out for a long weekend of camping in the heart of the Adirondacks, a remote area that we hadn't explored before. The trail was quiet, almost eerily so. We hiked for hours, further than we intended, pushing ourselves deeper into the wilderness. The map we had seemed outdated. Paths that should have been well worn were barely visible. We didn't mind, though. We liked the idea of being off the beaten path. It was around dusk, and the sun was dipping just below the trees. We stumbled upon it. The house. It shouldn't have been there. Hidden amongst the dense trees, almost blending into the shadows. It was old, decaying. It looked as if it had been forgotten by time. The wood exterior was gray with age, the roof sagging in places. Vines crept up the sides. I glanced at Sarah, her brow furrowed. "This isn't on the map, is it?" I asked, already knowing the answer. "No," she whispered, her voice barely audible at this point. "It's not." We sort of stood there for a moment, just staring. I don't know what compelled us to go inside. Maybe it was curiosity. Maybe it was the strange allure of finding something so out of place. The front door just sort of creaked open, ominously. The air inside was stale, thick with dust, the faint scent of something rotting. But there was a strange warmth to it, too, as if the house was still lived in, though no one had been here for years. The interior was unsettling. There were old, threadbare chairs, a table that had been untouched with a tea set laid out, as if waiting for a guest to arrive. And a clock on the wall. It seemed to tick faintly, though the hands never moved. "This place feels wrong," Sarah muttered. I could see the unease all over her face, the way that she gripped her jacket tighter around her. I couldn't really argue either, but something about the house just kept us in there. We wandered around through narrow hallways, peeling wallpaper all around. It was like a true haunted house. Past rooms with furniture draped in dusty sheets. And then we reached a staircase. "Let's not go up," we said at the same time, instinct telling us to keep our distance from whatever might be on the second floor. So we turned back around, and then we heard it. A soft thud. Footsteps. My heart was literally racing. We weren't alone. "Hello?" I called out, my voice wavering. There was no answer. The footsteps continued, slow, above us. "I think we should go," Sarah whispered, her hand finding mine, and I didn't make her say it twice. We backed out of the house, moving fast. As soon as we crossed the threshold, The air outside felt different, lighter, surely cleaner. The house itself was oppressive. We ran back to where we had intended to camp, our minds reeling from that bizarre experience. That night, as we sat by the fire, neither of us could shake the feeling that we were being watched. The woods were too quiet, the wind too still. Every crack of a twig in the distance set my nerves on edge. It's probably the worst sleep that either of us had ever gotten, constantly listening for footsteps that never came. The next morning, we decided to pack up and head back. I couldn't explain it, but I felt the desperate need to leave, to get far away from whatever we had stumbled upon. As we hiked back through the forest, we looked for the house, wanting to see it in the daylight. But it was gone. We retraced our steps over and over, but there was no sign of it. The clearing that we had found the night before was just a patch of overgrown brush. No house, no path leading to it. Nothing. We stood there confused, trying to make sense of what had happened. Had we imagined it? No, we both saw it. We both heard footsteps. We were inside. We never went back to that forest again, but we still do camp and get out into the wilderness when we can. But it took a while after this experience. I've believed in spirits, but I've never had my own experience. Not until I moved into a 1930s cabin in the Santa Cruz Mountains. Lone Pico, if you're familiar with the area. It's the neighborhood where Jerry Garcia lost his finger as a child. The finger was never recovered, fun fact, but that's another story. The cabin was absolutely quaint, with a huge wraparound deck above the redwoods. Magical. We were immediately in love. The only creepy thing I noticed at first was that the laundry room or basement was only accessible by stairs outside of the house. Meaning if you needed to wash at night, you had to go out in the pitch black darkness and down the stairs. Super creepy. To brighten the basement up, I strung a long string of fairy lights around, but due to the moisture, the batteries in the box corroded and I took them out. This is important for later in this story. My boyfriend at the time worked nights, so I was alone a lot. I would work on my computer in the living room, and fairly often, out of nowhere, I'd feel a presence standing in the hallway, watching me. Nothing was ever there, but it always came from that same place. One time, I dog-sat a cute old pup. The second his owner left the house, the dog started growling at the hallway and stood in front to protect me. I sort of smirked, thinking how strange, he senses it too. And he didn't know me at all, no reason to protect me, really. Jump to a week before the big occurrence. I felt the presence in the hallway again and decided to speak to it. I went in the hallway and was like, "Listen, dude, you can be here, but you can't scare me like this. It's creeping me out. If you want to show your presence, just don't scare me." A week later, Santa Cruz was hit with the worst winter storm in 30 years, and our power was out for a week. One night, the boyfriend and I decided to go into town for a few hours. Before we left, we went around and turned off all the battery-powered lights that we had turned on. It's pitch black at night with no power. I turned off my headlamp, twinkle lights around the windows, and boyfriend turned off his flashlight. Then we headed into town. Around midnight, we returned. As we pulled into the driveway, every window in our house was pulsing light. I was totally freaked out. My boyfriend assured me that we must have left a light on. As we entered the cabin, I saw that all the twinkly lights were on blinking mode. I yelled for him to turn them off. There was no way I left them on. But he brushed me off. Except then, I looked at my headlamp on the table. It was also on blinking mode. "Ghosts, ghosts," I yelled to him. And just as he was about to brush me off again, He entered the bedroom where his flashlight had been. He said, and brought the flashlight out. It was also on blink mode. I was excited for a little while, but eventually it wore off and I went to sleep. The next day, I forgot about it, and that evening I ventured down to the basement to do laundry. Remember how it's pitch black outside? As I approached the basement door, I gasped. From under the door, I saw blinking lights. I couldn't stop laughing, and I was in disbelief. I knew there were no batteries in that light box. I opened the door, and sure enough, my string lights were on blink mode, and there was no batteries in the box. All the connections still corroded with acid. The ghost did exactly what I had asked. It showed its presence in a way that didn't scare me. It was almost silly. I never felt him again in the house. I was 7 when my parents moved us into a New Hampshire townhouse. My brother, David, was 5. We made friends with a little girl around the same age and thought she was a neighbor. We'd play in my room or in the backyard, but any time our mom came around, the girl disappeared. We spoke of her enough that our parents considered her an imaginary friend. One day, the girl asked David to walk her home. Mom saw him leaving and caught him just before he made it to the street. They didn't think our imaginary friend was so cute after that. A few days later, we moved out with no explanation. Earlier this year, Mom confessed that she and Dad had woken up to see a little girl standing at the foot of their bed. Only she had a severely burned face, and most of her skin was peeling off. Eventually, she faded into a cloud of black smoke that smelled like death. They didn't even go back to sleep. Once they could move again, they started packing. I've never been a believer in the supernatural, but there are moments when you simply can't ignore the presence of certain things around you. Apologies if this story turns out to be a bit lengthy. I moved to a hostel for my studies, which happened to be located right next to a railway line, and the constant rattling noise of passing trains would always disturb us, shaking our windows and such. My room was on the 4th floor. I shared it with 2 other people. I distinctly remember that after about 3 or 4 months, my roommates and I began hearing a disturbing screeching sound during the night. At first, that's all it seemed to be, a screech. But one of my roommates mentioned that if you listened closely, it sort of sounded like the screeching of a woman, not a machine. Initially, we brushed it off. Sure, we'd all heard it, but we assumed it was just one of the girls staying in the hostel. However, as the nights went by, the sound continued, always at night. So much so that even the simple task of getting water became a dreaded one. I still had the courage to endure it, especially on those hot nights when water was a must. Though, I always felt as if someone was walking alongside me. The haunting experiences continued. One roommate ended up moving out, leaving just 2 of us. But that prompted me to move to a ground floor with a friend. I felt bad, but outside of offering my other roommate to join, I didn't really have a choice. I needed to get out of that room. I didn't know what awaited me there would leave a permanent mark on my memory. Every day, and I do mean every day, I would catch the sight of a lady standing in the corner of my room, quietly observing me. She never approached me, just watched. She'd almost always disappear the moment I tried to make eye contact. Otherwise, she was constantly in my peripheral vision. These encounters led to sleepless nights filled with lots of confusion and a sure sense of helplessness. I had no idea what to do or who to confide in. My old roommates had all but abandoned their rooms. My friend seemed to never be home, and the warden, well, they weren't initially any help either. Not at first. I was stuck. Then, one night, I narrowly escaped a heart attack. As I was laying in bed, on the verge of falling asleep, I turned over and caught a glimpse of a small child sitting and staring at me. This was new. It was an unsettling sight, one that paralyzed me with fear. I eventually mustered the courage to reach out my hand, hoping it was just a hallucination. But to my horror, the child remained there. Finally, I decided to approach the warden again, this time sharing my experiences in full. Who cares if she thought I was crazy? Maybe she'd be forced to find me somewhere else to live. Ultimately, that's what I wanted. To my surprise, she responded with a calm understanding. She revealed that she herself was not a believer in such paranormal activities. She'd never experienced anything herself. However, she shared a haunting tale from the past. A train accident that claimed the lives of many and severely injured many more on the very same railway line behind the hostel. Since that tragedy, people had consistently reported similar encounters to the warden. She advised me to remain strong, not to let these experiences overpower me. The same advice she'd given others who she promised went on to enjoy their time in the hostel. So that summer, I took her advice. I stopped considering what I saw as scary, and instead, I looked at it as a glimpse into the past. Perhaps I was lucky. After all, not everyone gets to experience paranormal activity so vividly. But I do think that when a tragedy like that takes place, it's incredibly possible for spirits to wander. The woman remained in the corner of the room almost until I moved out. I also continued hearing screeching, but over time, I decided that it was the sound of a train on the tracks, combined with the sound of screaming. It sounds awful, I know, but when you're hearing these sounds nightly, you really can't help but dissect what they could be. Oddly enough, once I'd really identified what it was, I didn't hear it anymore. I never did see the little boy again, but I often wish that I would have had a different response when I first captured a glimpse of him. Possibly I scared him by appearing so afraid myself. Either way, I hope those spirits found peace, and if their peace was remaining in that hostel, I hope future guests since the 80s have been more welcoming. My mom and I were driving up the California coast from Los Angeles to Sacramento. The date was September 26th, 1969. We wanted to take our time and enjoy the scenic route. Mom had packed lunch, and we decided to stop at a place called Lake Berryessa. The lake is fairly close to Napa, in between San Francisco and Sacramento. We had our dog with us. We wanted to walk her for a bit, find a place to eat lunch. My mom spotted a parking lot and turned into it. The area was desolate and very quiet. There was one car in the parking lot. It was an old off-white sedan. My mother noticed that there were clothes on hangers hanging from the little hooks behind the windows in the back seat of the car. She commented that because of the clothing, it looked like someone was traveling. She didn't say anything more, but I sensed that she was a bit wary about being in such a lonely place and seeing one car in the parking lot, but not a soul around. Mom and I began walking with our dog on her leash and looking around for a spot to sit down and eat lunch. We saw a few picnic tables in the short distance. The lake was to our left as we walked towards the picnic tables, but before we sat down at one of the tables, we wanted to let our dog walk around a bit more. So we turned in a somewhat wide circle. The lake and the narrow beach along the lake was now on our right. There were tall brown weeds in front of us, but off to the right. As we were walking along, we heard a voice that came from the tall weeds. The voice, clearly a male voice and somewhat gruff, called, "Hey, psst, psst, hey you, come here." and he repeated again, "Psst, come here." As I'm writing this and remembering the freeze-frame fear of that moment, I have chills. My mother yelled, "Run," and grabbed the dog in her arms. We ran back to our Volkswagen Bug, jumped in, locked the doors, and got out of there faster than fast. On September 28th, 1969, 2 days later, the TV and the newspapers were full of news about a hideous attack at Lake Berryessa. The Zodiac killer had murdered a young woman and severely wounded a man who had been sitting on the exact beach by the lake that my mother and I had passed, just before hearing the voice coming from the weeds. My mother heard the news and said, "Yep, it was him." Interestingly, I live not more than 50 miles from that lake and beach that my mom walked past all those years ago, where the crime was committed. The region surrounding Lake Berryessa is stunningly beautiful. Abundant foliage, wildlife, and of course, the lake. Though I still cannot go to the place where the Zodiac was, my memory of the evil I felt that day just doesn't leave me. I was a school bus driver from '83 to 2001. I worked for a small school district out of Western Washington. In our state, when we're approaching train tracks, it's required by law to stop, fully open our doors, and listen for trains before continuing our route. This must be completed regardless of children being present on the bus or not. The reason the law was enacted is a story all on its own. Happened in Sandy, Utah, December 1st, 1938. There had been a snowstorm blowing through Sandy all day. Farrelled Slim Silcox was a school bus driver taking a group of 39 students to Jordan High School. At 300 West and North 1600 South, there used to be a railroad crossing. It no longer exists, but the tracks and metal boxes were left behind, and they're still there to this day. When Slim arrived at the crossing, he stopped to look for a train by looking through the windows. The law at the time only required bus drivers to stop and look. Slim briefly swiveled his head back and forth, glancing from his side window to the other door windows. Then, after he thought the coast was clear, he put his foot back on the gas. The bus chugged up and slowly started to crawl over the tracks. As Slim began to cross, a train collided with the school bus, hitting it at 60 miles per hour. A train called the Flying Ute. It'd been headed north from Denver, running an hour late because of a blizzard. The train would drag the twisted metal close to a half mile before it could stop. Mr. Silcox and 23 students died that day. This accident went on record as the worst school bus accident recorded in U.S. history. So, one night, I'd just dropped off a high school basketball team after they'd had an away game in the next county. Smaller schools usually have to go further for their games because the schools they play against are also small and in rural districts. This night, we'd gotten back to their school a little after midnight. I dropped the team off, waited for them to all enter or get in their cars or go into the school with their coach. It's not a law, but I like to make sure I don't leave any kids stranded in a dark parking lot. Then I'm supposed to drive back to the bus barn to park the bus and get my own car to go home. It was a 5-mile stretch from the school to the bus barn, down a long 2-way road. As you may have guessed, I come across a railroad crossing just south of town. I usually make this trip in the late afternoons, but when the sports season starts up, it wasn't that uncommon for me to be dropping off the bus at this late at night, once or twice a week. Technically, this night was nothing special. I get to the tracks, and I pop open the folding doors. It's a quiet night, and as I scan in both directions for oncoming trains, I see a golden retriever trotting down the tracks towards me. I left my door open, watched this big dog walk all the way up to the bus, sit outside the folded doors. It didn't attempt to get in. It just sat there, stared up at me. I assumed this pretty golden retriever had come from one of the random neighborhoods that were scattered up and down the tracks. I was about to take off my seatbelt to check its tags, but as I stared back, through its gaze, I heard a question enter my thoughts, spoken from an inner voice that wasn't mine, asking. In a man's voice, I'm a woman. It came in so clearly that I actually checked the clock on my dashboard, turned back to the golden retriever, and said out loud, "It's 1:45. After I responded, the absurdity of what I thought had just happened made me chuckle to myself. Until the dog calmly stood up, went around the front of the bus where I couldn't see it. Not wanting to run this dog over when I started driving, I got out and checked to see if it was now sitting in front of the bus, as I didn't see it emerge on my driver's side when it crossed. It was gone. I got on my hands and knees and checked under the bus, but it's like it just disappeared. This was when the whimsical nature of all of this transformed into a creepy feeling deep in my stomach, prompting me to get out of there in a hurry. After I dropped the bus off and retrieved my car, I had to go back over those tracks on the way home. But I didn't slow down this time. I didn't see the dog again. Not on my way back, and not when I've had to make the same late-night trip countless more times during my career. But I'm grateful about that one. For weeks after meeting that dog, I'd questioned my mental sanity, but thankfully, never had another symptomatic episode where I thought I was crazy. So, to the strange golden retriever I'd met on the train tracks that night, I'm sure you were the goodest boy. But let's not meet again. In first grade, I remember a set of twins named Anna and Emma that I would play with often. My neighborhood didn't have many kids, so they really were the only friends I played with outside of my school. Anna and Emma also never went to my school. In fact, I'm not sure they went to school at all. Here's the thing. I have memories of real girls when I think back to our experiences together as a child. We were always alone. I don't remember us using our voices, but we definitely spoke, almost telepathically, especially them to me. My mom remembers me having imaginary friends and claims that when she acknowledged the girls, 98% of the time it was just to appease my imagination. And the other 2% of the time is why I feel like this story is worthy of sharing. Our house was a split-level house. You walk inside the front door and you either go up the stairs to the kitchen, living room, bathroom, or downstairs to the above-ground basement, bonus room, and extra bathroom. On a very cold winter day, I ran my butt from the snowy outside through the front door. I had to pee so bad, I refused to go to the cold basement bathroom, so I ran up the stairs, unknowingly tracking snow up the stairs. After using the bathroom, I realized I'd dropped my backpack at the door when I'd flown inside. I had to grab it. I heard my mom faintly from downstairs say, "What is it?" in an almost worried tone. I hadn't said anything. Before hitting the steps officially, I hear her once more. "Oh, hello. What's your name, girls?" "You're friends of Jenny's, yeah?" I start down the stairs, and as I do, I look over towards the second set of stairs. It's Anna and Emma. Well, it's the tops of their heads anyway. I pick up my pace. They disappear. They do that sometimes. I hear my mom gasp, but before I can figure out why, water beneath my foot sends me flying down the stairs. Trying to correct myself, I make it 100 times worse, and now I'm flying face first. Before any of that really registers, I'm captured by my mom, almost mid-air. She sort of flies back into the wall with me in her arms. I know it had to have hurt her because she practically took the entire impact of the fall that I'd taken. A fall that was surely going to put me on my face on the cold concrete floor had my mom not been there. I was super scared. I remember almost crying, but my mom was making sure I was okay, then laughing and almost crying, then laughing, so I laughed too. After the shock, just before bed that night, we talked about it. My mom asked if I remembered calling out to her before I fell. I told her that I didn't, but I heard her talking. She gave me a small smile and followed it up with something about if I saw my friends today on the stairs. I told her yes, Anna and Emma. They were there for a moment and then they disappeared. That look on her face is one I won't forget. I've never seen it again. It was like she was using every muscle in her face to show an expression of ease, but she was uneasy. Her smile couldn't quite hold right. I got the feeling that she was afraid of my friends. Later in life, I learned she wasn't afraid at all. She was incredibly grateful. She didn't think the girls tried to harm me. She's convinced they were there to save me. Which maybe makes more sense. I never felt anything bad from these girls. They were, by all accounts, some of my best friends for over a year. I never learned anything more about them. No idea who the previous owners of our house were, or if two girls by those names ever existed there. Oddly enough, for how much time we spent together, I don't remember the last time I saw them, or how we ever actually came about saying goodbye. Sometimes I wonder if they're still with me. Backpacking in the Maryland, Pennsylvania section of the Appalachian Trail, around 17 years old. 4 of us were sleeping under a tarp tied up with paracord, so we only had protection from the rain. I'm guessing around 2 a.m., I'm woken up by hearing branches breaking and movement nearby. Nothing out of the normal. This time of year, the worst it could be is a lone, curious black bear, and they don't really pose any real threat. The sounds were starting to get closer and more rhythmic. Definitely something walking. I turned on my side to see if I could see anything. As the walking is getting closer, I start to see movement in the leaves, with nothing making it. I perfectly hear a person walking towards us, and eventually make its way around our makeshift shelter. I'm freaking out and lay in complete silence for what felt like forever, until my friend laying next to me finally says, "You heard that shit too, right?" Nearly jumped out of my sleeping bag, but also confirmed that I didn't dream the whole thing. Still have no explanation, and I'm half convinced that we just had a collective fever dream. I find my non-paranormal story a bit scarier than what I typed above. I was stalked by a mountain lion in the Rockies a few years ago. The unease that turns into full terror when you realize what is happening. Then, fighting every instinct not to run like a motherfucker. It's a unique experience. Having that primal feeling that your prey is terrifying. We moved into my current house in 2018, and since then, weird things have been happening, especially to me. The summer I moved in, one night around 2 a.m., I was going to my kitchen to get a drink. I was walking down the stairs when I saw a group of people. I can't quite describe their faces because they were vague and it's dark, but they're around my table in the dining room. By the time I realized what I was seeing, they disappeared. In 2019, this time I was alone at home. I didn't have my dog yet, but I had my cat. I heard footsteps upstairs. I was in the living room. It was littler noises, small steps. So to be sure it wasn't my cat, I looked around me. Sure enough, he happened to be next to me on the couch. So, who was walking upstairs? After 30 minutes, I had the courage to go check. With a knife from the kitchen, of course. You never know. And in the end, nothing to explain it. Windows closed. Nothing moved. It was as if there was no one there, but I'm sure that's not the case. In 2020, I now have a dog. The first time I noticed this, it was dark. My sister and I were eating when all of a sudden my dog started barking, staring at the garden, as if to scare something or someone. I looked at my garden, and there was absolutely nothing. It's surely explainable, but personally, I didn't find anything. Each time, I never did. Fast forward to 2021. I never slept on my side, as I wasn't fond of not seeing what was behind me. Until one evening, I found myself facing the wall, lying on my side, without knowing what was behind me. I sort of woke up. I had that feeling that I've never had before. I was sure and certain that something was behind me. I could feel it. At that moment, all I wanted to do was scream. I was sure, though, if I did, something bad was going to happen to me. To be sure that I didn't have sleep paralysis, I tried to move my fingers, my legs, my feet. I managed to do all of that without any worries. And all of a sudden, I felt someone pushing me gently, so that instead of being on my ribs, I found myself on my stomach. I managed to prevent this thing from pushing me further. I don't know how, but I know that as soon as I did that, I fell asleep. It was from that moment that things got worse, penetrating my dreams for sure. In the summer of 2022, I was on vacation in Spain. During that vacation at night, I was not very calm. I had the impression that whatever was at home had followed me there too, appearing in my dreams as different things. Maybe they were just nightmares, but it all seemed connected. Those dreams continued. In February 2023, I woke up one morning with a huge scratch that suddenly appeared during my sleep. The mark was quite long. The scratch itself stung very much. A few days later, I had a red streak right across the same area of the scratch, again during my sleep. And again, a few days later, I woke up with a red line across my nose, which happened while I was sleeping. March 2023. I was in my bathroom. It was dark, around 12 a.m. I heard someone knock on the door 6 or 7 times before I replied that it was busy. Right after my answer, it stopped. When I came out, I thought it was my dad, so I went to his room before I saw that he was sleeping. My mom, too, so it wasn't them. My sister was also sleeping. My brother was at university, so I was the only one awake. So who could have knocked? 2023, at the end of April, exactly 2 days ago, I left to eat with friends around 12:40, returned at 6 p.m. As soon as I got back, the atmosphere changed. I felt uncomfortable, a feeling of fear without knowing why. As soon as I got home, I instantly noticed that my animals were behaving strangely. I went to my room to look for something, immediately realized something was wrong in there. Turns out the color of the LEDs had changed, which can't happen on its own unless somebody decides to do it. Going back down to my living room, I saw my animals were only staring at points near me, like protecting me or seeing something potentially dangerous that I can't see. Everywhere I go, my cat follows me, watching a different place right next to me. In the living room, sitting on the couch, both stare at a spot right next to me, side of my couch 2 meters away from me. From the dining room, they fixate on the kitchen and the cellar door. It was as if something was following me wherever I went, and my animals were following it. I really started to feel bad and scared when I saw that my cat, who basically doesn't like to stick around people, was following me everywhere. I was going to the toilet, he was coming. Absolutely anywhere and everywhere. My dog sat for 10 minutes staring at a particular spot, which is my kitchen, darkened by the evening. My cat staring at a particular spot right next to me. As soon as my parents got home, they stopped. I felt better. But the oddities, they won't stop. I've always enjoyed the paranormal. I've never believed in it, but sometimes it's fun to pretend. Life is boring and depression is tricky. I wanted to shake things up, so when I saw a Ouija board at the Goodwill, it seemed like a perfect fit. Technically speaking, I suppose I was right. It's true what they say. You really should be careful what you wish for. Anyway, I played alone, partly because I don't know anyone else willing to touch this kind of stuff, and partly because I didn't want to wonder who was moving the planchette. Fun fact, planchette is French for little plank. I live on a small country road with nothing but a patch of woods separating me from an abandoned church and its small cemetery. This sounded like the perfect place to give the game a whirl. I drank a few glasses of wine, lit some candles, and set up the board in the middle of the floor next to the altar. With 2 fingers on the planchette, I started the session by asking if any spirits were present. Nothing happened. I asked a few more random questions with the same result, and reality began to sink in. I had broken into this old church, walked through giant cobwebs, sat on the dirty floor of splinters, just so that I could play pretend for 5 minutes. It was both annoying and a little embarrassing, but hey, in for a penny, in for a pound. If there's one thing that all the ghost hunter shows agree on, it's that the dead do not appreciate being taunted. So that's exactly what I did. I ranted that spirits don't exist and it wouldn't matter if they did, because they would still be too weak to communicate. It was during this time that I noticed a sudden chill in the air, but I'm always cold. I assumed I was just psyching myself out and continued on my tirade. Afterwards, I decided to try one more question before calling it a night. Only this time, I got an answer. When I asked if anyone else was there with me, the planchette began moving beneath my fingers. It took every ounce of self-control to not rip my hands away as it glided to yes. At first, I was frozen in a state of shock, but that trance was broken moments later when a set of footsteps penetrated the heavy silence of the dimly lit room. They were clearly walking up the church's small porch steps, like someone was going to walk inside any second. All thoughts of the paranormal vanished in an instant as I realized how stupid I'd been to trap myself inside a tiny abandoned building with only one exit. I felt safe there because it was so close to my house, but anyone could have been using that place for any number of reasons. I didn't even check it over first. I just walked in and began lighting candles. When the footsteps finally reached the door, they stopped. It was only open to a small crack, and I couldn't see a thing through it from this angle. I held my breath, waiting for whoever it was to enter, but there was only silence. I wanted to call 911, but my phone was stuck on no service. It always works fine in my house, but now I couldn't get a single bar. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I called out asking who was there, but no one answered. I became terrified that someone would grab me if I tried to leave, but before I could think of what to do next, I heard the light scratching of the planchette moving across the wooden board at my feet. I looked down to see it spell the word, here. At the same time, the small wooden chair toppled over in the corner, and the creaking door was slowly pushed open, as if someone were trying to draw out the noise as long as possible. It didn't stop until it hit the wall, and there was just enough light to see that no one was in the entrance. It would have happened much faster and been far less dramatic if the wind had simply blown it open. but this felt incredibly deliberate. There was a small window on each of the 4 walls. I began to wonder if I could fit through one. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was waiting just outside that door, but the windows were no safer. As I approached the one facing my house, I saw the shape of someone's head and shoulders pass right by. It was too dark to see any of their features. It just looked like a shadow person, and I didn't know what to believe anymore. I still don't. Backing away from the window, I tripped over the Ouija board, fell flat on my back, but the planchette never left the board, even though it had been flipped over in the process. When I picked it up, they were stuck together like it was magnetized, but it's not. I double and triple checked before disposing of them. While my attention was still focused on the board, the window behind me suddenly shattered, and I screamed. What little remained of my composure instantly washed away, and I ran straight through the open door. Part of me still expected to be grabbed, but by that point I just wanted to get it over with. I couldn't be in that church for another second. The moment I crossed the threshold, the door violently slammed behind me with a loud bang, and I fell down the porch steps. I'm sure it was due to sheer panic, but it almost felt like something tripped me. Either way, I didn't see anything else. I got up, ran all the way home, and burned that Ouija board first thing the following morning. I can safely say I'll never be touching one of those things again. My family was forced to put my grandmother into a nursing home when her dementia became too much to manage independently. I was about 8 at the time. I didn't really understand what dementia does to people, but even at that age, I was aware of her decline in health and change in behavior. My grandma used to be my babysitter after school when my parents were at work. One of my most positive elementary school memories was when she'd be waiting for me to get off the bus, and we'd talk about my day while we walked home. Out of everyone living there, my mom, dad, and sister, I was the first to point out Grandma's odd shift. It was the first day that she wasn't standing at my bus stop. I walked home that day thinking something terrible had happened the whole way, only to find her sitting on the porch smoking a cigarette. When she saw me, she was confused, asking why I was home so early. When I told her it was already after 4 p.m., she started to get frustrated, saying the clocks must be slow, even though they all read the same time. After that, I started walking home by myself. It wasn't a long walk, probably 2 blocks at the most, but it was lonely. Eventually, Grandma started to spend the majority of her time in her room. I think the tipping point for my parents was when she had a breakdown when I was on spring break. That day, she and I were cleaning the kitchen together, listening to oldies. Her favorite was Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons. When their music was on, she acted like her old self. Her energy felt regenerated. Her spirit was brighter. Then, a song called Blueberry Hill came on. After the first couple of seconds into the song, my grandma freezes in the kitchen. Her eyes fill up with tears. Still staring into space, she starts screaming, "You killed him. Oh my God, Philip, you killed him." Philip was my grandfather's name. The coffee cup she was holding drops to the kitchen floor, shatters on the ground, but Grandma doesn't even acknowledge it. She just continues to scream, "Philip, you killed him." Nothing I said could snap her out of it. This incident was so scary that I ended up calling my mom so she'd come home from work to help. Now I'm 26 and absolutely hate the song Blueberry Hill. It's like I have PTSD. Before my grandma passed, I got up the courage to ask, who did Philip kill? But she was too far gone with her dementia to even remember my name. My grandpa died before I was born, but from family stories, he wasn't a very good guy. Throughout my mom's childhood, he was always in and out of jail. but she'd never heard about him killing someone. Family secrets. We all got 'em. When I was about 5 and my sister was about 3, we were staying at a Motel 6 that had an outdoor pool. My sister and I were playing in it with our mom. My dad was and still is a preacher, and he was busy at one of the tables outside working on a sermon. A man at the pool noticed the Bible and used it as an opportunity to ask my dad for counsel. My dad said that he would be happy to sit and talk with him. Not too long before that, my mom was getting my sister and I out of the pool and was going to take us up to the room to get us bathed and cleaned up for dinner. The man was like, "Well, I'm not comfortable talking out here. Let's go to your room." My dad said, "Sorry, but no, that's not an option." The guy was like, "You're a pastor. It's your responsibility to make me feel at ease so that I can do some real healing." My dad said again, "Not possible, but I can meet you at the cafe, buy you a cup of coffee. We can have a good talk." The man started getting frustrated and pushy, saying that the only way he was comfortable talking was in my dad's room. My dad said, "Sorry, good luck to you. It's not going to happen." Eventually, the guy gave up and left, but my dad said that he was pretty sure that the man was trying to get into our room to do bad things to our family. We ended up leaving shortly after that. I've got a little admission of guilt, and in probably 15 years, someone will write a story about this and say, "Of course the adults didn't believe me." I get it now. I'm 30, no kids of my own, but I teach kindergarten and have a bachelor's in early childhood education. Currently, I've been a long-term substitute for a classroom in the inner city. Since March, I've been taking the train down to the smallest, shittiest brick structure I've ever walked in. There's a genuine stress in the back of my mind every day that the ceiling will collapse while I'm teaching. There's 2 weeks until summer, and I cannot wait to be out of there. But I digress. Last Friday was show and tell day. All the students brought something from home to participate. In the morning, I'm standing just inside the main doors of the school, greeting the children as they enter. One student, we'll call Tim, was walking into the school. In his hands was a big, beautiful rosary, hundreds of blue prayer beads decorating the cord. The moment Tim steps foot through the doorway, I see his rosary get yanked out of his grip. The pole snaps the knotted ropes and makes Tim stumble off balance, falling to the ground as the cross and all of the prayer beads bounce and scatter across the cracked hardwood floor. A couple just feet in front of him, Tim instantly starts crying. I hustle to help him up and dust him off, but he's inconsolable, shrieking in pain and terror. A few seconds later, his mom runs in and sweeps him up. She'd seen him fall from the parking lot, but obviously didn't see what I saw. It scared the absolute shit out of me. But when Tim's mom asks what happened, I look at Tim, back at her. I say, "I don't know, Paula. I think he tripped over the doorframe." Tim screams about a rain cloud man grabbing Abuela's cross. Paula looks confused and kinda chuckles about his claim. I match her response, but inside I'm squirming. I saw that rosary get pulled out of his hands. I didn't see by what, but I definitely witnessed something I couldn't explain, and so I didn't. I told Tim, "It's a sunny day outside." Keeping my stone-faced smile, I reassured Paula the rosary must have gotten caught on the metal doorframe when he entered. She was heartbroken about the rosary. It belonged to her mother. Tim wouldn't settle down. Paula was already fighting to hold back tears, so she just took him home that day. By first recess, the janitor had already cleaned the beads and the cross from the entry hallway. If I could have responded the way I originally wanted, I would have right then and there, next to Tim, been crying. But I couldn't. I had to be the adult. That wasn't the last occurrence where I had to keep a strong upper lip. or roll my eyes when a student approached me, telling me they didn't like it when the people stand outside the classroom windows. They look in, make scary, twisting faces at them through the glass. I can't see them, but once on a rainy indoor recess, 2 different children playing in different areas of the classroom, they walked up to me at separate times, describing a smoky figure hanging upside down outside the window. When I first started working here, my classroom phone would randomly ring. The caller ID would have my classroom's extension displayed. When I'd pick up the phone off the receiver, the line would be filled with static. Closed curtains have slid open while we've been reading a story during circle time. Every time I do my best not to react, I smile, try to think of an excuse for the children so they don't get scared. But this is getting to be too much. Again, the only reason I'm sticking this out is because we have 2 weeks left. I can survive 2 weeks. I've survived 4 months. I can do this. If I'd have been hired full-time here, I'd be quitting and looking for a new job this summer. Thankfully, I'll be teaching summer school at a much newer school on the other side of town. Longer train ride, but well worth it. The principal here asked me if I wanted to do summer school here, and I was like, no freaking way. I didn't say that, but I thought it. In actuality, my response was a bit more polite. Okay, so I live in Australia. I don't know where to post this as I'm not really sure, but my first thought was if anyone were to have any idea, it would probably be this group. If it makes any difference, I was born in the US and have family there. Moved here when I was a baby. Supposedly, I have a Native American bloodline from the Seneca tribe. It's currently autumn, and I live on the outskirts of a major city, still in the suburbs. This happened today in late afternoon, when I went to hang some washing on the line under our carport attached to the side of the house. We were starting to lose daylight, so I thought I'd quickly pop out and hang up the last of the washing for the day. It was increasingly getting darker by the minute. I'd just begun hanging clothes when I started to get an uneasy feeling. I'm unsure why. I brushed it off as I was losing daylight quickly. A minute later, I heard a group of kids up the other end of the street, screaming, and then silence. Again, I brushed it off as kids just being kids and playing with each other. The intensity of unease grew, and I felt like I was being watched. I then heard a low growl, which was unlike anything I'd ever heard, and the air got significantly colder. All of the crickets and bugs went silent. I moved the clothes rack to outside the carport so I could use what little light was there to hurry this up as much as possible. While hanging and scanning around between picking up the next piece of clothing, I noticed something new. This dense garden that wrapped around our U-shaped driveway looked poor, like it had been trampled on in a decent section, maybe 13 feet of the garden. I intensely felt like I was really being watched by something, and right before finishing the clothes, the feeling started to ease off a little, began to warm back up, like it was when I initially came outside. I was raised with big dogs, Rottweilers, German Shepherds, grew up in a rural countryside. I've heard all kinds of animal sounds, from wild dogs, foxes, koalas fighting, possums, bats. I have never in my life heard a growl like this before, and I don't know how to explain it, but it didn't sound natural. It sounded closest to a dog, but something about it was very wrong. Before going outside, my indoor cat desperately wanted out. Once I came inside, she was acting completely different. Skulking around, all of her fur puffed up. She then was following me at my ankles around the house, not normal for her. We have a lot of bushland surrounding us, live next to a river behind us. I don't fish in that river anymore, as I've always felt like something or someone was around. The ocean used to be my favorite place until last summer when I almost drowned. Growing up, my parents would take my brother and I to a small reef where we would swim and snorkel all day. Now that I'm an adult, I occasionally take friends out to do the same thing, only with the addition of alcohol. The boat ride is only 40 minutes from shore, and we've never seen a shark out there. We rarely even saw other people. On this particular day, it was just me and my girlfriend, and this was already pretty routine for us. As usual, we were snorkeling, screwing around, when she noticed a baby sea turtle with a fishing line trailing behind it. This is a sadly common occurrence, and we couldn't just leave it that way. Sometimes they get tangled in a net, or just get so wrapped up that you have to cut through thick layers, so I always keep a good knife on me while in the water. The turtle was making its way to the deeper parts of the reef, so I took a deep breath and hurried after it while my girlfriend waited at the surface. I caught the little guy just as he tried to crawl into a dark crevice near the sea floor. Luckily, the fishing line was easy to remove, and I sent him on his way without needing to go up for air. But I was at my limit. I stepped onto the large rock and pushed off to speed my ascent. As I began to slow, I glanced down just in time to see a massive brown tentacle shoot out of the reef wall and wrap around my leg. It looked like the reef itself had come to life. The tentacle was double the thickness of my thigh, and in a split second, it wrapped my leg from ankle to knee. It took all of my self-restraint not to scream out what precious oxygen I had left. That's when I noticed a huge section of the reef wall moving, and I saw its eyes open. It was like a giant, monster octopus, perfectly camouflaged to match its surroundings. I could have stared at that spot all day and never noticed anything unusual if it hadn't grabbed me. My leg was completely numb. My lungs were on fire. I knew that I would lose any slim chance of survival if I started choking, so I took my knife and I began desperately stabbing at the tentacle. Black ink instantly spread through the water, and I heard a shrill scream that, to this day, I still can't be sure if it belonged to this giant octopus or my girlfriend. It was about that time that she saw the black ink spreading from the surface and came to see what was happening. I didn't see her. I only felt a sharp tug on the back of my shirt as she was pulling me to the surface. We didn't stick around to look for the octopus. We just hurried onto the boat and got away from that place. Only after we gained some distance did I stop to explain what happened and look at my leg. I stabbed myself twice and had to get over 30 stitches afterwards. But aside from that and a touch of PTSD, I was fine. Obviously, we've never gone back and don't intend to, but I just have to know. Has anyone else seen an octopus that size? Was it even an octopus? Could it have been anything else? Something strange has been happening to me lately. I keep hearing my name being called, even though nobody is calling it. I've tried searching this on Google. However, most of the articles or blogs that I come across talk about people's names being called and nobody being there. However, my name's been called in my own house, and my own family has been there. This happened 4 times so far. One day I was watching Netflix. I heard my name being called. I didn't think much of it because I knew that I was watching a show, although I didn't have my headphones in or anything like that, but the volume was just playing out loud. It was still creepy because my parents said that they didn't call my name. Nobody else in the house either. I brushed it off, but 2 days later, I was in my room and I heard my mom call my name. When I went out of my room to sit on the stairs, I asked her, "Did you call me?" She said no, she didn't. Then I asked her if she called for my dad, because me and my dad both have a similar name. She said she didn't call to anyone. Then I was showering one day, alone upstairs, while only my dad was home downstairs. My sister and brother were playing outside with water balloons. I decided to take a shower first, let my siblings clean up the plastic from the water balloons outside. I heard my sister call my name when I was in the shower, and she said it in a very aggressive tone. I thought she was mad at me because I was using her shower instead of my own, which could make sense why she was so angry when she said my name. I even called out back to her. I was like, just give me a second, I'll be out soon. Then, when I came outside the washroom, nobody was there. My dad was outside, and my siblings were still outside. Then again today, I was in my room cleaning. My brother and I heard my sister call my name again. My sister was downstairs, but she did not call my name. I went out of my room and I asked her, "Did you call my name?" She said no. And again, this voice was very angry. It wasn't the same tone that I heard the day I was in her shower. Again, I asked if she had called anybody else's name and maybe I had missed, but she said that she was just sitting there, quietly. This is really weird, and it's happened to me once or twice before this week. It's happened 4 times. And I know people say you shouldn't call back to the name. But most of the time that this happens, I'm not home alone. People are actually around me. I don't know what's scarier because if I'm home alone, at least I know for sure that I'm hearing things I'm not supposed to. But my brother was in the room with me when my sister called my name, except my brother heard absolutely nothing. It was only me who heard it and jumped at it and almost ran down the stairs because I actually thought she needed something. On my 14th birthday, I'd invited some close friends over. We spent most of our time eating junk food and watching TV. After 3 or so movies, we decided we wanted to do something else. I had bought a Ouija board a few months back and wanted to try it out. I should probably mention that I was the only one who knew how it worked and what it was supposed to do. We all sat in a circle. Each one of us put our fingers on the planchette. 6 of us or so in total. I spent 5 to 10 minutes trying to explain how it worked and what was supposed to happen, answered some questions that they had, and we were ready to go. We began with the question of, is anyone else here with us? Nothing happened for a solid 10 minutes, and we were starting to get impatient. We asked again. This time, after 2 minutes or so, the planchette started moving towards yes. At this point, everyone was making fun of the whole situation. We were almost certain that one of us was moving it because nothing was happening. We then asked, "What's your name?" expecting something completely made up and funny, since one of us would have had to think of something on the spot. Raul. That's the name that still gives me chills to this day. We asked how old Raul was. The board spelled 25. We asked how he died. The board spelled car crash. After that, we decided that this was getting too real. We wanted to stop, but in spite of not asking anything, the planchette started to move. We all froze, waiting to see what it would spell. Jackie. After that, we decided it was time to stop. We said goodbye and put the board away. Later that night, an hour after everyone went home, I get a message from my friend. It was a link to an article. Under the link, she'd written, "You're not going to believe this." I open the article and start reading. It was about a male car crash victim named Raul, age 25. What really terrified me was that later in the article, it was written that the person initially driving the car, who also died in the crash, was his mother, Jackie. I still talk to my friends about this to this day, and to be honest, we still think that maybe it was just one of us moving the planchette. I know I wasn't, but who knows? Just wanted to share my experience with others, but of course, it's up to you to believe it or not. Thanks. So to start, I'm a firm skeptic to the paranormal. I'd never had an experience until last year. I'm 25 years old and I had to move into my grandma's old abandoned house because of personal reasons I don't want to get into. To give you an image of the house, it is a standard 2-story with an attic full of spiders, a basement with a door that doesn't lock to the outside deck. The house has old blue peeling paint due to neglect, old small square windows, one in each bedroom. I slept in the bedroom that my sister used to sleep in because my grandfather died years ago in his room of congestive heart failure. And it just gave me the creeps sleeping in a room where someone had died. Well, one night I'm laying in bed when I clearly hear what sounds like a grown man of reasonable size walking up the noisy wooden steps that lead into the living room. I assume someone broke in because, as I said before, the basement door doesn't lock and anyone could break in. I start to sweat and adrenaline kicks in. I grab my grandfather's old hunting knife. As soon as it sounded like the man hit the top step, I kicked open the door, ready to kill whoever was on the other side of the door. Nobody was there. I couldn't believe what I just experienced. No, that isn't possible. I felt relieved because it wasn't a person, but so lost as to how that was possible. My mother claims it to be my grandfather. I've heard the steps again, but spiritual incense and a prayer was done at the house, and I never heard the footsteps after that. What do you think? Where I'm from, winters are killer. You can't and shouldn't leave your animals outside without some sort of heat intervention. My cat was strictly an indoor cat, little orange and white Persian with lots of health issues. Had no business being outside. Eddie. But Eddie sometimes would try to escape. He'd never gotten far, but it was always scary for me as a kid. One night in the winter, I hear Eddie's little meow. It sounds like he's right outside the back door, which is not okay. We lived in a pretty rural area, lots of trees, not a lot of neighbors, not a lot of cats. Naturally, I can't mimic the meow perfectly, especially in writing, but I can tell you, Eddie's meow was unique. I went to the back door to let him inside, but he wasn't immediately right there. I called to my parents asking if they heard Eddie. Everyone goes quiet, and we hear him again, still sounding like he's right outside the back door. I quickly open it again, but again, no kitty. My mom walks over, and while looking through the glass, she says, "How did he get all the way out there?" She's pointing at a spot near a pile of wood outside the back door a bit. Sure enough, there he is, sitting, staring at us. My mom's telling me to go ahead and grab him. I hear what she's saying. I start to, but I can't bring myself to fully walk outside. There's something off about Eddie. Cat's eyes often do that reflective thing, but these eyes, they weren't reflective at all. Just black and blank. To both recognize him and also not at all recognize him left me feeling awful. I was filled with a sort of dread that up to that point I'd never felt. I looked at my mom to see what she was doing, but she'd already walked away and was sitting on the couch. So it was just me and this Eddie wannabe, staring at each other. I felt this chill throughout my whole body as I watched this thing open its mouth and let out a noise that was not a meow. The noise wasn't a scream. It wasn't overpowering, but it was completely unnatural. Think about the sound a radio makes when scanning the stations. It was like static. It kept its mouth open, making this sound for I don't know how long. But my focus was broken when I heard my parents say my name in unison, as though they'd been trying to get my attention. It was followed by, "Close the door, please." Without thinking, I just slammed the door. But what if that was Eddie? So I open it, and I say, "What about Eddie?" Both my parents just give me a look. Then they tell me to shut it because if I don't, I'm gonna let him out again. Eddie wannabe is outside. I can see him. But real Eddie is standing behind me at the bottom of the stairs, looking at me. And he is the real Eddie. I look back to see what the wannabe is doing now, but he's officially disappeared. The only thing I know for sure is that I absolutely saw wannabe Eddie. So did my mom. She just maybe didn't understand what happened because she walked away. I think Eddie was inside all along. I think something really wanted me, or someone, to think that it was Eddie. What I'm not sure about is what it was, or what could have happened if I had left the house. Safe to say, I kept an even closer eye on my Eddie after that. And I never saw the wannabe again. About 2 years ago, my boyfriend at the time and I decided to go on a hike right before the sunset. Which, yes, sounds dumb, but it's something we'd done multiple times before with no issues. There was something about the eeriness of the woods at night that I liked. Not so much my boyfriend's feelings or thoughts on the situation. To start our hike, we had to go through really tall plants and bushes. We were practically in the middle of nowhere. About a mile into the hike, we came across some abandoned structures, and had sat down to take a breather. I'm not sure exactly what my boyfriend said to make me do this, but as a joke, I whistled and said, "See, nothing whistled back. We're alone." Not even 20 seconds after saying that, we heard a whistle. It was a bit of ways away from us, but still too close for our liking. We immediately started booking it in the opposite direction of the whistle and didn't look back. After running for as long as we could, we realized we were lost. We wandered around for about 10 minutes before we stumbled across some train tracks. The tracks led back into town, about a mile or two down the way. It's important to note that these tracks had thick wood lining on both sides. The right side is where we came from. At this point, we were walking, as we'd run out of energy and felt safe. We were wrong to assume that we were safe. We got to the point where we could see the lights from town, maybe a quarter to a half mile away. Down the tracks a little bit, we could very faintly see the outline of what looked to be a deer coming out of the right side of the woods. It stopped in the middle of the tracks and just stood there. I attempted to shine my flashlight. Note, this flashlight was pretty dim. It was a random one I found in the back of a junk drawer. As soon as I lifted my light up, it fled. Now I say fled because ran wouldn't be an accurate way to describe the way it moved. The best way I can think to describe this thing is it looked like it had 4 broken legs, and its body was very low to the ground, yet it had unbelievable speed. It almost looked like a bent and twisted monster out of a horror movie. I shined my light into the woods to the left of us, as that's where it had ran to, when I saw 2 glowing eyes that looked to be at least 10 feet in the air. My boyfriend said, "What is that?" in a very concerned tone. I told him, "I don't know. Don't look at it. Just run." We ran and ran until eventually we reached town and walked back home. This happened about 2 years ago, and I've tried to come up with the logical explanation after explanation of what I saw that night. And still to this day, I can never find a solid, logical answer, other than it being something paranormal. I refused to believe what I had seen for a long time, but I know what I saw, I know I'm not crazy, as there was another person that witnessed the same thing. My boyfriend never spoke of it again, and he refused to speak about it when I would talk about it. I never went hiking at night after that. When I was 15, my friend called me wanting to take a few days off of school. His family was taking a trip to California to experience Universal Studios. I lived in Arizona and had never been to California before, but I was definitely ready to go. I get my parents' permission to go and spend about a day at his house, because we would have had to leave early the next day as to not waste a day just wandering around. So we'd take about a day to drive there, spend a full day there, and hit the road again. Driving home, my friend's sister's brother, he himself, are asleep, so everyone except for my friend's parents and me. On the drive home, it's nighttime. There's a long line of cars due to the out-of-state travelers, so I found myself just looking out the window, at first at the cars, and then just next to the vehicle. As I move my gaze, I see a figure. At first, it looks about 5 or 6 feet tall. Then, maybe even 7 feet tall. Skinny. Almost resembles a coyote, but really sick-looking. Just crouching behind a bush or something on the side of the road. I remember watching it as it started to poke its head out, as if it was trying to get a better look at me. It looked as if it had little to no ears, which really caught me off guard. And then, its eyes. It had these white eyes, like a zombie or something dead. Not sure what happened, but something made it turn its head to the side, and I could see that its eyes were actually sunken in, and there was a patch of what I would guess you'd call skin, but appeared more as deep flesh, with small amounts of skin scattered about, shades of black or brown. There were hairs which looked fake, and matted down fur on its face and head. Its neck, it looked like it had a gunshot hole, and hanging down was a rotting piece of flesh, I assumed. Maybe something was eating something. But I focused on what I was seeing, using the taillight's glow to examine the creature further. Its cheeks were torn and rotting as well. It looked like blood or some sort of substance was draining from its jaw. A mouth full of large, damaged, bloody teeth. This creature then stood up slowly, still looking at me while doing so. Then turned and walked almost a straight path. After that, I just sort of stared ahead, not to the side any longer. I tried to sleep like everyone else, but I couldn't. I was feeling more paranoid than ever. I stayed up watching videos on my phone until eventually we weren't on the road any longer. I've never spoken about this to anyone else since it happened. Growing up, my family used to share a cabin in the woods. It was our family's version of camping, I guess. We don't use it anymore, but for the time that we did, I found it pretty terrifying. There was something about the upstairs bathroom. I never wanted to be in there too long, and really didn't want to be in there by myself. I'd always choose to brush my teeth when my cousins were and all that stuff. But the worst part was the room that I shared with my little brother. 2 twin beds on opposite sides of the room. I was probably 9 or 10 at this time. I wasn't openly afraid of the dark because I had a little brother, but I was afraid of the dark. But this night, I remember waking up. It felt like something pulled my hair. Jolting awake, I assumed it was just a dream. But as I sat up, I felt my head yank back down towards the pillow, like something had grabbed my hair. Feeling the back of my head, there was nothing. I ran across the room, jumped into my little brother's bed, and slept under the covers. Well, I don't know if you'd call it sleeping. but I did something until it was light. I never told anyone about it, not until years later. Apparently everyone had some sort of strange experience there, one time or another. Glad this is the only one that really sticks out in my memory. The night that changed everything for me began like any other night. I was visiting my grandparents and sleeping in my grandmother's bed, as I always did. However, something strange and frightening happened that I couldn't explain. I woke up in the middle of the night, feeling a strange tickling sensation on the back of my neck. I tried to swat away whatever was bothering me, but the feeling persisted. That's when I turned around and saw it. A pale, human hand with long, sharp black nails. It was attached to a figure wearing a monk's robe, and everything beyond the hand was just an unnatural blackness. As I watched, the hand reached out and touched me, and a voice whispered in a calm but dark tone, "Follow me. Where we will go, it is beautiful." Despite feeling scared, I somehow remained calm and replied, "No, I don't want to." But the figure was persistent, responded with a more forceful voice, "Believe me, you want to come with me." And that's when I screamed, turned to my grandmother, who was dazed and claimed that I was dreaming. But the encounters didn't stop there. On another occasion, I was in bed. My mom had just left the room with the light still on. When I turned back to the door, I saw a figure made out of pure blackness, with bright green glowing eyes. I called out to my grandmother, but there was no answer. I turned away and back, but the figure was still there. And then suddenly, it was gone. It wasn't until 12 years later that I would hear a similar story from my stepfather. He told me that he had been up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom when a shadowy figure with glowing green eyes had touched him. He even had a red handprint on his shoulder as proof. He had no knowledge of my experiences, which made it more eerie. To this day, I still don't know what I encountered and why, but I do know that those experiences left an indelible mark on me, and I'll never forget them. Just got back from visiting Gettysburg in Pennsylvania. Stayed at the Best Western next to Cemetery Ridge. My room actually looked out onto the ridge. On the first night, I woke up at 5 a.m., looked out the window at the hill. It was a clear night without a moon, so the hill was completely dark. All I could see was the outline of the ridge. I stared at the ridge tree line for about 2 minutes, not knowing what I was looking for and just thinking about the battle there. For some reason, I started thinking about, what if I saw a ghost or an orb? And at that very moment, a bright, round, white ball of light came on in the tree line at the ridge of the hill. It didn't look like a flashlight, since it didn't have a beam or variate in any way that it moved. It was about the size of a softball, I imagine, since I was about 150 yards away. It started moving right to left along the tree line, and then sped off across the hill towards the Angel, if you know that location on Cemetery Ridge. The whole thing lasted about 45 seconds, and as it was happening, I wanted to run over and grab my phone to take pictures or video, but I didn't want to miss anything. I was also trying to figure out what it was. Once it was gone, there was nothing, nobody on the ridge, from what I could see. So I got my phone and recorded about 10 minutes while watching for it to come back. Unfortunately, nothing appeared, and the daylight was starting to break, so I could start making out the actual trees, a few statues and monuments on the ridge. Needless to say, I couldn't get back to sleep. I just wanted to add that the movement of the light from right to left, it was erratic, and when it sped off, it was extremely fast, and it left a trace of light behind it. In my opinion, Nobody could have run that fast, and there's no indication of motorcycles, bikes, or a car. Seems like a lot of people have scary experiences with Ouija boards. Here's mine. Back on Halloween night 2019, I was at a party with my friend Alex and a couple of his friends. We were all having a good time, jamming out to spooky Halloween music. We'd all been partying pretty good. Some of us were getting tired, but we wanted to play a board game or card game or something to end the night with. One of Alex's friends, Lexi, recommended we do a Ouija board, like in the movies, she said. Now, I grew up in a pretty standard Christian home, and I was always warned around Halloween time every year, stay away from Ouija boards, blah, 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 they're evil, blah, blah, blah. But I didn't really buy into it very much. Well, none of us actually had a Ouija board or knew where to find one, so Lexi suggested we just make our own. So, of course, being the dumb teenagers that we are, we just looked up a design, took a Sharpie, and drew one up. Using an old guitar pick as a pointer, we sat down and started asking questions. At first, the questions were stupid, like, which one of us is the dumbest? Which one of us will make the most money after high school? Just a bunch of dumb questions where we wouldn't get answers. Or if it was yes or no, we would get no's. Like the board was annoyed or something. Well, after a while of asking dumb questions, Lexi thought it would be a good idea to kick it up a notch. Lexi asked the board if there was anyone who would like to talk to us. Then the whole mood in the room changed. It felt colder, and everyone, for some reason, felt uneasy. The pointer slowly moved over to yes. Almost everyone felt super uncomfortable, but one of our friends, Mike, he wasn't convinced. He was convinced that someone was just moving the pointer to scare everyone. Mike decided to conduct a little test and asked the board to name a dead relative that no one in the room knew about. And right then and there, the board spelled out Eleanor. Everyone started freaking out a little because we all knew Mike's grandmother, and her name was Irene. Apparently, Eleanor was his great-great-aunt, who had passed on before his mom had died. At that point, we were all scared shitless, asked what the board wanted. The board started spelling out extremely vulgar obscenities, weird words that no one knew. We quickly said goodbye and ended the session. We turned on the lights and everyone was so freaked out. We threw out the board. None of us have touched a board since then. I'm a 30-year-old male. I live with my friend, 29-year-old male. Both of us have seen a girl in the house. She's small, dressed normally, not the stereotypical ghost girl. Why is it scary? Because we live alone. We've asked our neighbors. None of them has a daughter or knows anyone who meets the description. It's a big, old house, so we never associated strange noises with anything paranormal. First sighting, I was alone at home. I was getting out of the shower, and in front of the bathroom is my friend's room. There, I saw her standing, looking at a shelf where my roomie keeps his books. I didn't say anything to my friend. He was away visiting family. I must admit that I spent that night at my parents' house. Second sighting. I was in the kitchen when I heard something break in the living room. I thought it was my friend's cat. When I came around to check, I saw the girl standing, staring at me. Nothing was broken. I ran out of the house. Didn't return till the next day. Again, I didn't tell my friend. Third sighting was my friend's. I was on a trip. My friend called me. He was upset. He told me that he saw a girl in the living room, just sitting on the couch. I asked him to describe her to me. She was the same girl that I'd seen. Since then, we've seen it on many occasions. She does nothing, she doesn't disturb us, but it's there. Sightings are quick. There's no time to interact. The child always wears the same clothes, does not look neglected or unattended. We've set up a few cameras, but we've never caught anything. What do you think? We don't feel like we're being watched at night. Things don't move, and there's no strange noises that can't be related to an old house. I'll preface this by saying I now live in Melbourne, Australia, but I lived in California for 3 years between 2015 and 2018, and I've got a story. My potential skinwalker encounter was in September 2016. I had finished summiting Mount Whitney, California, and had been doing months of training to do it. Early in the evening, when I got back down from the mountain, I went into Lone Pine to get some food and get ready for the drive back to LA. But before that, I went to the Alabama Hills scenic area, just outside of town, to sit and eat some food and marvel at the 1,400-foot mountain I'd just summited with my team. As the sun set, I turned to the side, and behind a small hill was an old, homeless-looking man in ragged clothes, grimy hair. He stood there, slightly slumped and motionless. Inside my mind, I was shitting myself, because to me, something seemed extremely off, and my gut feeling was telling me to get out of there. But I tried to stay composed, asked him if he wanted any food or anything. He stayed as still as a statue, and didn't respond. I gave him a few more opportunities to respond before telling him I'm not staying here any longer, and I started to move back to my car. I hurried up the process quickly and started the engine, put my seatbelt on. When I looked back up, the man wasn't there, and instead, it was now a half-deformed-looking coyote, which made an ear-piercing scream and stood on its hind legs. It would have been 6 feet. I backed it in reverse and floored it out of there, and it kept up with me for at least 200 meters. I'm pretty much convinced that it was a skinwalker. I know they're technically only in Utah, Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado even, but these things probably don't know what borders are. I wouldn't be surprised if they ended up in California and Nevada as well. When my daughter was almost 3, she was in her new bed on the opposite side of the room that she and her little brother, my son, had shared. She asked me where the other mommy was. I was confused. She hadn't been in daycare since she was 6 months old. Wasn't in any sort of program, and I was a stay-at-home mom. I asked her what she was talking about. She said that sometimes she sees her other mommy, and hands come out of the wall. She said the hands were scary. She didn't like the hands. She didn't seem frightened of the other mommy. I didn't press, just let it go. Told her goodnight. I mean, she wasn't even 3 yet. Didn't watch TV and mostly just played with toys and went to the parks occasionally. That was the extent of her world thus far. Talk of the other mommy went on for about 6 months, but the hands talk went on for another year. She hated the wall that her bed was against. She talked about the scary hands coming out of her wall at least twice a week, but she never felt scared enough to not go to sleep or try to not sleep in her room, as long as her brother was in there. I've had 2 experiences in the apartment as well, with my bedroom door that was closed, with a clothes rack hanging on it, violently shaking for about 3 seconds one morning. I thought my husband had come home, but no one was there. My kids were in their rooms sleeping. They had a safety thing on the back doorknob. There's no way that one of them could have done it, and I had no pets. Another incident occurred when my family woke up to our front door being wide open. We never used the front door, and it stayed locked. We only used our garage. Nothing was stolen or out of place. It's a safe, quiet area in a suburb. Anyway, we moved soon after, and the hand talk was gone. She never really went into detail about any of it. I don't think she knew how to describe what was going on, and I didn't press. Any ideas on this one? My girlfriend and I live in an apartment complex at the edge of our small town in Illinois. Right next to us is a lively wooded area full of coyotes, deer, and lots of birds. Last night at 3 a.m., she went outside to grab a case of water from our car. She heard a girl's voice say, "Hello?" from the woods. She couldn't see, but she replied back with her own confused, "Hello?" Next, the voice asked, "Can somebody help me?" And it gave her the chills, so she ran back inside. Right before she entered the house, she heard it again, only this time it was closer, and it didn't sound like a girl's voice anymore. It didn't even sound real. After having time to think it over, she thought the girl's voice sounded familiar, but she couldn't quite place it. I fully believe her because in the 2 years we've lived here, we've never talked about anything like this. Plus, I saw the shock on her face when she rushed inside. She was also out of breath. I thought she'd seen or heard a gunshot or something. She thinks it was a skinwalker. What do you think? I also read that you're not supposed to interact with it or share your encounter with anyone. Hopefully it'll be okay just to share this one instance if that's really what it is. This has been happening since I was 7. Most of the time when it's dark, there's a tall silhouette of a man. I don't know why, but their mere presence makes me afraid. For about 2 years, I couldn't sleep unless there was a light on in my room. Otherwise, the shadow man was just there, watching me sleep. And when I turned 12, I started getting sleep paralysis from them. Their face was covered in holes. I know dreams aren't reality, but every dream with them is so vivid. My most recent nightmare, they were in the forest that I constantly dream of, and they started eating my chest. The dream was so vivid I felt it, and now it just sits at my bed. Most nights I had to pretend to be asleep, as I was genuinely afraid what would happen if they knew I was awake. On the occasion, I would take a small peep. It was always on the ceiling, right above my bed. Because of the way my room was built, that makes them about 1 meter away from me. Fearing for my life, just talking to someone about them makes me feel their presence. I've owned my house for about 18 years, and I've recently experienced some things that I can't explain. I'm not a person who necessarily believes in ghosts, so I'm not jumping to any conclusions or trying to sell the house just yet. 6 months ago, my wife and I were having issues with our 10-year-old daughter not sleeping in her bed. Every night, she would run into our room and climb into bed with us. One night, she ran in and took up all the room and the blankets, so I got up and I slept in her bed. By 3, I was sleeping on my side and facing the bedroom door when I opened my eyes. Right in front of me was a dark shadow of a short person or child, and it was looking at me. It has no features at all. It was just a black, cloudy form. I didn't move or blink for several seconds until it simply faded away. Surprisingly, I didn't jump out of bed or anything like that. Instead, I rolled onto my back and wondered if I'd really just seen that. After laying there for a couple of minutes, I finally started getting scared and returned to my own bedroom, where I eventually went back to sleep. That morning, at told my wife, but didn't want to scare our daughter. I've since tried to write this off as sleep paralysis, but deep down, I know I was awake. Then, last week, my family and I were out for dinner and the subject of ghosts came up. I asked my daughter if she'd ever experienced anything she couldn't explain. And she said that she once woke up to see a shadow girl floating near her door. I still didn't tell her what I saw, but my wife and I locked eyes. And then she said that we were both crazy. There have been other things happening with our electronics, like phones randomly playing videos in the middle of the night, the TV changing channels. But thankfully, no more shadow people. My dog has also been barking and growling at things in adjacent rooms when nobody's in there. I can't explain what I experienced outside of Penn Station in New York City. 2 years ago, my wife and 2 daughters took the PATH train from New Jersey to Manhattan. After exiting the station, we stood on the sidewalk as I tried to hail a cab. It was a bright, sunny day without a cloud in the sky. I stepped off the curb with my family standing behind me, and I had my right hand extended to get the cab's attention when I saw a tall, black shadow out of the corner of my eye. It looked like a man with a large brimmed hat and a long coat. It looked like he was standing extremely close behind my family. So close that it bothered me. Since we were in the city, there's no telling what his intentions were. That's when I turned to get a better look at him. But, and only for a split second, I saw a faceless black shadow and scared the hell out of me. It happened so fast I did a double take, but it was already gone. I made a surprised remark, and my family watched with concerned expressions as I looked around for anyone that I could have mistaken for what I saw. I looked at the reflections in the building windows just to make sure it wasn't a shadow from across the street, but I didn't see anything before we drove away in the cab. I was freaked out and worried about my vision. I thought it might have been caused by a blind spot. I even considered a hallucination, worried that it wouldn't go away. Ultimately, I decided not to tell my wife, and I waited to see if it would happen again. Thankfully, it didn't. I eventually did tell my wife. She thought that it was interesting, but she didn't pay much attention to it. A few weeks after we got home, I Googled Hat Man, not even knowing it was a thing. I was shocked to see others reporting so many similar experiences. That was over 2 years ago, and thankfully, I still haven't seen anything else like that. On a beautiful August afternoon in 2006, I decided to take a drive or cruise around town. I left the house, turned north onto the main street through downtown. I had to stop at one of several lights on that street. I was living in a small town in southeast New Mexico at that moment. It was around 12:47 in the afternoon. I sat and I waited for the stoplight to change to green. I caught sight of a plane out of the right side of my peripheral. I was seeing it through the front windshield of the truck and saw that it was a white plane. It looked like a huge commercial jet. I knew that there was no place in the small town to land a plane of that size and figured it was probably descending towards Roswell, which is about 70 miles north, and Roswell does have longer runways to accommodate larger planes. As the plane flew north, it appeared to be descending more, and I did get to see the underside of the plane, and it looked like it was black, like a space shuttle. I mean, that's what it reminded me of. I don't know how long I saw it for, but a stoplight would usually run 45 seconds to a minute to change over. As it almost disappeared into the horizon, it did something I did not expect it to. As if seeing a large plane descending over the east side of that town was not weird enough, I saw the plane explode into a huge fireball with black smoke that quickly turned gray. I quickly turned right and headed back home. I turned on the television to see if anything was said about it. I also got right on the internet. The rest of that Saturday afternoon and night I spent with my eyes and ears glued to the news. I didn't hear a thing about it. Next day, I purchased every newspaper and continued watching the news. Nothing. I told my family, I told my coworkers on Monday, and as hard as it was to believe, no one really believed me. I spent months afterwards looking at the news, newspapers, doing web searches for anything related on that sighting, and nothing. It drove me mad because I know that I could not have been the only person to have seen it. It was a beautiful, mostly sunny sky that day. First weekend after the first week of school starting. Many people were out that day. I felt like a fool for telling so many people what I saw that afternoon, but I thought I was losing my sanity. I questioned it, but I know what I saw, and I don't know what to make of it. Eight years ago, I was a field technician for one of America's largest cellular carriers. Part of my job was being on call after hours for 1 week a month. And this year, that included a call on Halloween night. As is often the case, it happened just as I was getting ready for bed at midnight. I told my wife that the only place I wouldn't want to go was a particular old church, built in the 1820s. It was an old, wooden, colonial New England church that had at least one grave inside the chapel which belonged to the original minister. Our cellular equipment was located in a small room inside the steeple, just below the bell, and it was locked with a combination that only our employees knew. Obviously, that's where I had to go. There was a radio down, and they wanted me there fast. To put it into perspective, there were about 2,000 cell sites that I was on call for, but I had to go to the old church. My heart dropped as I asked what they thought the issue was, but they'd never seen this happen with someone on site. The radio had set itself into local mode, which is a function that can only be done by pushing a physical button on location. It's not possible via remote access. I calmly said that I would take care of it and hung up. Needless to say, I stayed in bed, waited an hour, and called back to inform them the key was missing. I told them the issue would need to be fixed in the morning. There was no way I was going out there to see who or what tampered with the equipment. Sure enough, in the morning, the radio was on. All I had to do was push the button to take it out of local mode. I've had 2 dreams in my life that weren't regular dreams. This was about 20 years ago while visiting the Gettysburg battlefield. My girlfriend and I were staying at a Holiday Inn adjacent to the battlefield. I had a very young soldier come to me in my dream. He said his name and age, which I can't remember, and that he had died on the hotel grounds. He was extremely sad that people didn't know he lost his life there. His sorrow was overwhelming. His emotions were so intense that I could physically feel them. It felt like he was giving me a message. He wanted me to know how much of his life he missed out on. When I woke up, I was completely drained, and it shocked me to my core. The second time happened the night after my mother died, 6 years ago. It was very similar to the first experience, but much more personal. My mother had died of cancer after a painful battle. We were very close. I took her to every chemotherapy appointment. I never saw my mother's face in the dream, but I felt her presence and connection. She just kept repeating, "I'm happy now. I'm happy now," over and over, while I cried. I woke up with tears streaming down my cheeks. It was so intense, kind of spooky since I'm so sure it really happened. It also made me feel better too. So maybe that was her goal. I talked to 2 friends about weird things that have happened to us, and after a while, they hesitantly relayed this story with the expectation I would call them crazy. They work in the social field, have no mental illness, are near their 30s, and are generally not into these kind of events, nor spiritual or esoteric type stuff. They never called themselves time travelers, but what do you call it? It happened in a small town in the middle of Germany last summer. They were eating Grütze in the town center in the middle of the day. Suddenly, they had clothes on that would date them back to the mid-late 19th century. They were still in the same spot, but everything looked 19th century, with people riding horse-drawn carriage, women with big hats with decorations and petticoat-type dresses in washed-out pink tones. The street and marketplace were cobblestone. This event only lasted a few seconds, according to them, and nothing like this ever happened before or again. They described no weird feeling, just a flash. They were there and back. It wasn't a big, flashy story, but that's the reason I was intrigued by it. I hope you have some ideas of what happened or explanations that can clarify what happened. Are there any other similar experiences? When I had just gotten married, my new husband and I were extremely broke and couldn't do anything for our honeymoon initially. A few months later, we decided to go visit family, get a hotel in a nearby city, and visit an amusement park as our honeymoon. We stayed for a few days, and the first day was uneventful. We just ate cheap fast food, walked around window shopping. The second night, when we got back from the amusement park, we were exhausted, just wanted to shower and watch TV in bed. This was many, many years ago, so I can't remember the exact order of events, but at some point our room phone rang. We answered, and the person on the other line asked for me by name. I had no clue who this person was, and their story for how we supposedly met wasn't even possible, because he said that we'd met downstairs in the hotel lobby around lunchtime that day, saying I'd given him our room number and asked him to call. We hadn't even been remotely close to the hotel around lunch. He knew what I looked like, what I'd worn that day. I was extremely sketched out by this whole thing. Asked the front desk to redo our keys. I still don't know what happened there. Recently, my partner, who's a skeptic, and I have noticed an increase in unusual activity in our home. Our animals seem to notice and or see things that we cannot. I have hours of footage of orbs in our living room, some of which the cats appear to chase or play with. Typically, activity will begin when it gets dark and continues well into the morning. Interestingly, my former cat's scratching post is at the end of the buffet, under the television in the living room, which is also the location our current cats seem to be interested in. This particular video is of interest to me and most intriguing because there are no females in this home. No phone calls were made at this time, and the animals appear to hear it but don't seem afraid. Any thoughts? I got a real lesson when it came to stealing. I used to stay at my Aunt Jenny's place once in a while to have a sleepover with my cousin Davy. My mom and Aunt Jenny weren't very good friends, but both my mom and Jenny, her sister, my aunt, got pregnant around the same time. So Davy and I had been best friends since birth, and we'd lived close to each other, all the way up until Jenny got a job further from town, didn't want to spend the money on gas to work and back every day. A few months into our 5th grade year, she pulled him out and enrolled him into another school in another district far from mine. Occasionally, my mom would take me out to Davy's and we'd spend the weekend playing Mario Kart 64 and battling Pokemon on our Game Boys. One weekend, It'd been a few months since our last sleepover. I was excited to bring the new Pokemon Stadium that I'd rented from Blockbusters. Aunt Jenny lived in a trailer park. The inside of her home was spotless, but the park itself was a dump. None of her surrounding neighbors shared her enthusiasm for cleanliness. She was a neat freak. Davy and I were made to feel like nuisances, so when we weren't in his room, we'd usually be outside wandering the streets. This weekend, when I'd met up with him, he wasn't interested in playing Pokemon Stadium. Instead, he wanted me to meet his new friend that recently moved into the park. I was disappointed, to say the least, but I was at least hoping Davy's new friend would have shared the same interest or an endearing quality to discover. I couldn't have been more wrong. His name was Carson. He was a poster child for stereotypical broken home, trailer trash, if you will, a shining star for everything backwards in our country. There was a giant Confederate flag hanging over one of the windows, being used as curtains in his living room, clearly visible from the outside front porch. When we knocked, he answered the door with a lit cigarette in his mouth. Carson, 11, maybe 12, but he looks like he's pushing 30. He's tall, with long, straggly blonde hair, wearing a dirty shirt and saggy jeans. The inside of his trailer is dark and dirty, but we don't stay there for long. Eventually, we decide to walk to the mini-mart for snacks. He continues to smoke as we stroll next to him, lighting one cigarette with the last before stomping it out. Carson and Davy talk and joke while I pedal a couple of feet behind, but Carson stops and says, "Look at that," pointing to the recycling bin outside of a trailer we were passing. Sticking out of it was a PlayStation 1 box. He then casually leads us to the back of the trailer. I'm thinking that we're taking a shortcut out of the park, but we stop again. Carson puts out his cigarette and quietly steps onto the back porch of the trailer. He cups his hands and peers inside the windows. Nobody's home. I suggest that we head towards the mini-mart, but Davy just stands there, watching Carson as he opens the screen door and begins to visually measure the doggy door by his legs. After kicking the flap a few times, Carson gets on his hands and knees and starts to shimmy his way into the small doggy door. I'd never been in trouble in my life. Witnessing this brazen move instantly piqued my anxiety meter. I whisper to Davy that we shouldn't be doing this, but Davy says Carson does this all the time. So I stand and watch as Carson pokes his head into the trailer through the little dog door flap. Once more, he leans out before putting his arms in a diving position and starts wiggling like a snake through the flap. When he gets both shoulders in, all we can see is his lower body outside of the door. Next, Davy and I hear a low growl from somewhere deep inside the trailer. Carson lets out a shriek as the growl turns into a vicious bark. Carson's legs start violently kicking, like he's trying to get back out. The sound of barking now becomes attack snarls. The shrieks change to sickening, desperate screams. We don't know what to do. A second loud burst of barks and growls add to the noise, and Davy says, "Holy shit, there's 2 of them in there." Neither of us move until we see Carson's flailing lower half start to get dragged inside the doggy door. That's when we both ran and grabbed his legs, trying to pull him out. Getting a steady grip on his legs was a struggle because of how much he was flipping around. It was like playing tug of war against these dogs for Carson. All the while he's screaming, and we can feel the wooden deck vibrate as these 2 huge animals bounce off the walls inside the trailer, continuing to maul his upper body. This must have lasted 45 seconds tops, but it felt like an hour had passed before we'd finally freed him from their grasp and pulled him fully out of the doggy door. The dogs let go of him. Davy and I fall backwards when the tension gives. I fall off the wooden porch steps and I land in the small backyard. From what I can see, Carson's a ripped-up, bloody pulp, laying where we dropped him, and Davy's fall landed him up against the porch's wooden little fence. He's still on his feet, turning towards me and yelling to run as he tries to hop the wooden gate slats. I'm still trying to get my bearings as he starts dashing past me. Behind him is the biggest Rottweiler I've ever seen. It sprints past me and keeps chasing Davy. When I stand, I see the second Rottweiler, equally as big, and it's still attacking Carson. I was fearful the dog would redirect its attack at any moment. Before I panicked and ran, alerting the dog, a voice in my head told me to back away slowly. So, I keep my eyes on the dog. Every bite that it delivers is finished with a shake strong enough to lift Carson's body off the ground. When I got around to the front of the trailer, that's when I ran and started screaming for help. I didn't want to stop and bang on a trailer because I didn't know how far behind me those dogs could have been. Nobody opened up their door as I ran and screamed. I made it all the way back to Davy's place. When I got in, I frantically told Aunt Jenny what had happened. She called 911. Then she followed me as we ran back, retracing my steps to the trailer. Halfway there, we heard Davy hollering. We'd follow his voice to find him on top of a dumpster, kicking at a relentless Rottweiler, attempting to jump at him. Aunt Jenny's motherly instincts kicked in, and she grabs a metal windsock rod from a nearby trailer, then rushes the dog and whips it with a lightning-sounding crack. The dog yips and runs away. Davy starts crying and falls into his mother's arms. By the time we get to Carson, he's still on the porch, unresponsive. The second dog is gone. Jenny slides a planter in front of the doggy door and starts CPR on Carson. She tells me to go out front and flag down the ambulance. Davy's in too much of hysterics to be of any use, so he stays with Jenny as I run back through the trailer park to direct the ambulance where to go. Thankfully, Davy didn't get caught by his pursuers, so he didn't have to go to the hospital. My mom drove out and picked me up that night after hearing what happened. That's also about the time Davy and I grew apart. My mom didn't let me go over there anymore, and before social media, it was hard to stay in contact past phone calls. I did find out that Carson survived. He had to have reconstructive surgery and lost one of his hands from the attack. I can't imagine what actually took place inside while we were trying to pull him out. The terror he must have felt. I just can't imagine. There used to be a homeless man I'd always see on my way into work. I'm on the road near 5 a.m., and right off exiting the freeway, he'd be walking down the first crosswalk I'd get to. After the first few times of having to wait for this old man in his shopping cart to cross the road, he became a familiar staple in my mornings. He started to notice me too. I'm usually one of the only cars on the road that early. He'd start to wave, and I'd wave back. These encounters weren't intentional, and he never asked for money. I wouldn't see him literally every day, probably 3 or 4 days a week. Some days he'd be way past the crosswalk, and I'd give him a tiny honk so we could share our otherwise silent greeting. One morning, I was getting off the freeway, rolling through the crosswalk and heading towards work, and I noticed at the gas station a few hundred yards away, my guy, he's getting walloped by 2 other men. I quickly make a U-turn and start honking my horn as I pull into the station parking lot, hoping to scare off his attackers. It works. When I park, they run. I jump out and I help my guy off the ground. And by the time he's to his feet, the cops arrive and grab him out of my hands, slamming him back on the ground and pulling out their handcuffs. The worker at the gas station comes out front, explaining to the officers that the man they've got was the one who tried to stop the robbery. They tell her to go back inside, then ask how I'm associated with the man before directing me to return to my car. As I slowly back away towards my car, the homeless man starts screaming and fighting the cops when they put the handcuffs on him. He starts banging his head on the concrete. The thud of the strikes are so loud, it's nauseating to watch such little regard he had for his safety. 2 of the cops are wrestling with him, while another stands by his shopping cart. I'm still standing outside my car door, frozen, watching the scene unfolding in front of me. The officer by the shopping cart turns and scopes out the big blue tarp being utilized as an umbrella shell, wrapping the cart like a small parachute-looking lid. Seeing that it's going to be more work than it's worth to untie and unwrap this tarp from the shopping cart, the officer takes out a small tactical knife from his belt, cuts the bungee cord keeping the tarp down. The cord snaps with the release of pressure, and the tarp is ripped to the ground. It reveals a decomposing body. This is a sight I'll never be able to unsee. I wish I would have listened to the cops and just drove away. They obviously knew who they had when they saw him. It gives me the willies to think that there was a dead body in that cart every time he'd pass my car. When our kids were first born, my partner Aaron and I stopped camping altogether, which was something we loved to do as seasoned backpackers. Camping and backpacking specifically was how we met over 14 years ago. Well, once the kids got older, about 4 and 6, we decided to reintroduce camping into our lives. Of course, our style had to be adjusted a bit. We'd have to account for tiny humans with less stamina and climbing experience. Not to mention, we weren't exactly in our beach body phase. Instead of off the beaten path, we opted for something more family-oriented, KOA. Growing up, I'd been to a few KOAs, all of them nice from what I could remember. As a kid, I remember lots of other kids being there. A place to play games inside, outside. It had a very homey feel versus middle of nowhere. And that was going to be perfect for our first little trip as a family. This particular KOA was set out in eastern Washington. Absolutely beautiful. We'd initially wanted to visit Leavenworth, but due to the size of our party and our lack of planning, we ended up in a spot that wasn't our first choice, but we felt pretty darn happy with the location. We managed to get a cabin close to the Yakima River, making the spot several degrees cooler than the cabins set away from the water. We'd brought our own portable fencing to help wrangle the kids in a general area, but upon arrival, we realized that there were plenty of obstacles and fences, even man-made barriers. Still, Aaron decided to set up the portable fence anyway, specifically around the cabin, blocking the stairs. The campground was truly nice. We had a good time socializing with other families, and our kids made friends with their kids. It was a good time. In retrospect, there was someone who rubbed us the wrong way, if you will. But in such a setting, it's easy to dismiss these things as a misunderstanding. A man, probably in his 20s. My partner and I were in our mid-30s at the time, and he looked clearly younger than us. He had a puppy. That wasn't the part that rubbed us the wrong way. It was when he brought the puppy over to our family area. He didn't walk up to the cabin or anything, but he seemed to hang around it. Naturally, when my partner approached him, my kids flew over there to see the puppy. They know better than to touch without asking, so they asked if they could pet the doggy. And instead of just saying yes, he said, "Yes, but you have to tell the puppy your name." Seems innocent enough. The kids tell the puppy their name, pet the puppy, and eventually he moves on. He didn't exactly acknowledge us adults, but he didn't linger too long, so I wish I could say my mother's intuition kicked in early, but it didn't. After a day of playing in the sun, I was ready to crash. After sharing some burgers with a family camping near us, I went to the cabin and passed out right after sunset. The next time I opened my eyes, it was full dark outside. My little ones were squeezed between the two of us on a suddenly uncomfortable queen mattress. We'd set the kids up at their own bed in the living room area, but clearly my partner had a change of plans or lost the nighttime battle. I wasn't sure if it was from passing out early or being in a now claustrophobic bed, but something woke me up. I laid there debating if I was going to go steal the kids' bed or just try to fall back asleep. And I heard something. It was both familiar, yet I knew I shouldn't be hearing it. The gate. That portable metal gate my partner insisted on putting up was being moved carefully. The thing is, with that thing, it's impossible to be silent. It became clear to me before I even got out of bed. Someone had essentially breached the makeshift barrier to the cabin. The next step was the front door, which I had no idea if it was locked or not. Quietly, I inch out of bed, sliding onto the floor. Now I have a view of the front door. Not good enough to see if it's locked. It's so dark. I grab my cell phone just in case. As I do, the door handle makes the classic jiggle sound one makes when attempting to open a locked door. This caused my palms to get sweaty. My hearing is going weird. I'm officially freaking out, but I stay still. From the bedroom doorway, I can see the whole main living room area. To my left, I saw the silhouette outline of a man peering through the side window. They couldn't see me, but seeing him was all I needed to wake my partner. I crawled back towards the bed, shook Aaron, and thank goodness this room only had one small window in the bathroom, so I knew no one could see us. Aaron wakes up and without hesitation walks into the living room area, where the guy is still peering in. Instead of opening the front door and confronting this person, Aaron walks right up to the window. Now apparently this person can see inside because I watch the silhouette back away quickly. Now Aaron's already got shoes on, making a beeline to the front door of the cabin, yelling back to me to call KOA security. Quickly, I find the number we'd saved when we arrived. I call and explain the situation. They just don't seem that concerned, but they do say they're going to send someone. I hear Aaron exchanging words outside, but I'm hesitant to approach the scene myself, so I stay inside and watch from the side window. Aaron has the guy completely face first on the ground. I'm impressed and scared. Then I realize Aaron's talking to me, telling me to turn the porch light on. Switch by the door, he's saying. I rush to get the light. Aaron's still calling for me, so I rush outside. I see the man on the ground is the man from earlier, the one with the puppy. Aaron is very sternly asking the man to tell him what the fuck he was doing looking through the windows. The man doesn't answer, but he's clutching his bag to his chest. Aaron is attempting to grab it from him while continuing to ask what the fuck he was doing. Then he's asking me if I called security. I tell him yes, but the man, he's still not saying a word. Security shows up, and the man starts piping up about how he lost his dog. He's just looking for it. He tells them he's sure it's around here because the kids were playing with it all day. This back and forth goes on for a while. I'll spare you the details mainly because I don't recall all the lies exchanged, and I was half in and half out checking on the kids every 2 seconds for whatever reason. The end result was he wasn't arrested, since there was no police and apparently no crime. He was also barely questioned by security. They seemed to have more questions for us. At a certain point, I told security I think that maybe we should call the authorities because the guy is lying about so much stuff. I tell them I think he was trying to break in, and they tell me, but he didn't, and there's no evidence to suggest a crime, which was incredibly frustrating. Aaron even asked the security officer to check the man's bag. He refused, saying the man had done nothing wrong. So after too much time, the guy is eventually let go from security. He has his camping pass and blah blah, but Aaron watches and then follows the man to ensure that he returns to where he came from, which happens to be nowhere near our own cabin. He watches the man open his truck and take out the puppy. The man turns, holding the puppy, and waves at Aaron with a disgusting smile. This sends Aaron into a frustrated rage. Helpless, he takes down the guy's license plate in his phone. He calls the local non-emergency line to report as what he described as a sicko. They also asked several questions, to which Aaron answered, and by the end, they said there was nothing they could do at the time. No crime had been committed, as they put it, but they would take the information. Sleeping that night was out of the question, as needless to say, the whole thing left a shitty taste in our mouth. We both felt like there was nothing we could do except for leave, but we didn't want to wake the kids or do anything to scare them. Besides, we were awake now. No one was getting in. As we packed to leave in the morning, we were floored to see that the man hadn't left yet. He even had the gall to walk over to our area and tell us that he found his puppy, which naturally got the kids interested. And they wanted to see the puppy again, and naturally, we had to be terrible parents, saying no to the cute puppy. Aaron kindly asked the guy to leave. I'm sure some whispering was exchanged, but the guy walked away. Before leaving, and feeling rather helpless in the situation, we sort of made it our mission to warn those around us about the man. We filed an official complaint with the front office, not against them, but we wanted his information on file, best we could. And if nothing else, I think those staff members personally heard what we were saying. We figured that they'd spend their shift on edge, which is what we wanted. This guy was just looking for an opportunity, preying on people in a place where they may let their guard down, maybe forget to lock a door, or be wary of a stranger before it's too late. For the record, we've stayed at KOAs since this experience. I really don't fault them for their part. This type of thing could happen anywhere, and honestly, their security might have saved us. Which is why now we make sure to travel with some security of our own, or only camp at places where we have the luxury of a locked door. I really hope that guy is locked up somewhere, but just be vigilant out there, because you really never know. I wasn't sure before about changing the names, but I figured it's probably more respectful to do so yes, names have been changed in this story. This is on behalf of my father, and retells of his time spent with Mr. Jerry G. before his sudden passing. In 2012, my dad Nate was a pastor at a church that Jerry and his wife had attended for years. Nate and Jerry had become good friends since he'd taken over as head of the ministry in our small Christian church. Just after the summer of 2012, Jerry pulled Nate aside after a morning service. He'd tell him that something evil had entered his property. Jerry owned a farm and cared for several huge adult sows and a boar named Teddy. The previous night, Jerry had walked down to lock up the barn. He said that he was there and the doors were already closed. He thought it was strange because there are two big, heavy wooden doors, and the wind that day wasn't nearly enough to be able to move them around, let alone shut both. With more caution now, Jerry approached the barn, opened one of the doors, just enough so he could see in. The pigs were hiding together up against the chicken wire, trying to get as far away as they could from something. Even the boar was cowering away. Most of the hogs on the farm are over 700 pounds, and to see them struck with such terror gave Jerry genuine goosebumps on his arms. When he fully opened the door, nothing was in the enclosure with the pigs. Jerry said all the lights in the barn were off, and he thought the lights had burned out. But the next morning, when he'd go back out to the barn to feed the pigs, he noticed glass littered all around the enclosure. With the light of the morning sun casting in, Jerry could see all of the lights in the barn had been smashed. The metal saucers that would typically hold these halogen bulbs were bent, like someone had struck them vertically with a bat. These lights are also hanging 15 or so feet off the ground. Jerry would spend from dusk till dawn that day cleaning the pig enclosure and staring at the bent, misshapen light fixtures, wondering how this physically could have happened. Before leaving church, Jerry thanks my dad for his time and requests that he keeps their conversation between the two of them. Nate agrees, and they part ways. It's only a few days until they have an opportunity to catch up. Tuesday, the church held a brunch for the veterans and servicemen. My dad knew he'd see Jerry and be able to ask him how things were going. But what he didn't expect was tears to form in his eyes when he responded to the question. He tells my father that he thinks he's losing his mind. He says, quote, "I show up here looking for God, but God's not looking for me." My father, Nate, takes Jerry into a more private area of the church so he can elaborate further as to what's been happening the past few days. He tells Nate that the Sunday they'd spoken, when Jerry got home, he pulled onto the gravel of his driveway, and Teddy the boar was running down the gravel stretch toward the truck. Jerry laid on his horn and scared it to start running in another direction besides the open gate entrance to the farm. When the boar turns, Jerry jumps out of his truck and shuts the gate again. Then he hops back in his truck and speeds to the barn with the pig enclosure. As Jerry made his way toward the barn, it was clear to see that one of the doors were wide open. A few of the other hogs had also escaped and were running around in the grass, squealing like all hell. When Jerry pulls up and shines his headlights into the barn doors, what he saw was a woman hanging inside the pig enclosure. The sight made his heart skip a beat, but when he pulled his keys from the truck's ignition, the headlights turned off, and the woman was no longer there. But he could see now, both gates in the pig enclosure had been opened. One pig remained inside. Jerry thought it was dead. Its eyes were opened but glazed over, and there was a trail of blood that slowly leaked from its snout. But when he checked for a heartbeat, he was astonished to hear it beating normally. No amount of pushing or pulling could get this hog out of its trance. Odd behavior like this in farm animals usually means death is around the corner for them anyways, so Jerry would leave feeling terrible, thinking he'd have to be making arrangements for his pig that afternoon. Jerry rounds up all of the other hogs who had escaped and by this point had already reached the furthest corners of his property. When all of them were accounted for, Jerry goes back to check on the pig he'd originally found by itself. It's moved, and by following a trail of blood, he spots a big hog standing with its head against one of the barn walls. This is when Jerry would grab Nate and with true sincerity in his voice tell him that the pig was speaking words. Not grunts or low oinks that could have been mistaken for words, but actual sentences. Then it collapsed again. Jerry didn't wait for it to get back up. When he got back to the truck, he'd grab a big sack of pig food, cut a hole in the middle, and thrown it into the enclosure before locking up. The next morning, when Jerry opens up the barn doors, the pig that gave him a scare is up, acting perfectly fine. He noted that there wasn't even a bloodstain on its nose or skin. Nate asks if he'd like assistance from the church to bless his property, but Jerry refused. The last thing they said to each other was that they would see each other on Sunday. Sadly, that meeting would never take place. Thursday of that week, Nate receives a call from one of the church members telling him that Jerry had passed away. Nate asks what happened, and she doesn't have many answers. A family member says that they were over to visit on Wednesday when he'd left to go feed the hogs, but he never returned. Hours would pass by before the family member would set out on a search for him. They'd find Jerry's dentures and pieces of his body in the pig enclosure. Most of his remains had been consumed. Over the next few days, my dad would read the newspapers that pathologists were unable to identify a cause or manner of death, stating that it's possible he could have had a heart attack or been knocked over by one of his animals before being killed and eaten. Personally, diving more into this story, I'd also find a quote from DA Paul Frazier saying, "For all we know, it was a horrific accident, but it's so doggone weird that we have to look at all possibilities." I've always been curious if Jerry ever told anybody else about what was happening on his property. Would it have changed things? Probably not, right? Regardless of circumstances, Jerry still passed in a horribly sad way. and my prayers go out to his family. I'm the owner of a small-town bowling alley. I'm usually the last one to leave each night. There's a lot of history in that place. It's been open since the pins were reset manually. 2 people have actually died on the property. The most recent death happened 2 years ago when a senior citizen dropped dead on lane 6, but the first one happened back in May of '73. Schools had just let out for the summer, and all the graduating seniors were getting their college acceptance or rejection letters. In other words, a bunch of couples were deciding whether or not they wanted to try long distance or call it quits. And most chose the latter. Well, you know how men can be. Some just can't handle rejection. The one we're talking about went by the name Pork Chop. And that right there should tell you everything you need to know about him. Pork Chop wasn't too happy that his girlfriend wanted to move 6 hours away for a major university, while he stayed here at the local community college. He just knew she'd find someone better, and I'm sure she would have. But he was one of those, if I can't have her, no one can types. He worked at the bowling alley, so he took that poor girl there after closing, did all sorts of things to her, ensuring she would never make it out alive. He buried the body somewhere outside of town, but she died right behind the counter. Some people think that she's the one responsible for the haunting. Others think that it's the previous owner because of the random cigar smells. He suffered a stroke at home in 2006. But he poured so much of himself into the business that folks like to think that that's where his soul settled. I personally believe all 3 candidates stuck around. I've seen too much to think otherwise. Minor things like the cigar smell, random cold spots, or small items falling over happen all the time, but the more blatant activity only occurs at night. I've had footsteps approach me from behind as I close the register. I've had pins fall over one after another, as if someone were knocking them down as they walked across the lanes. And I've caught a glimpse of shadow figures. But last week was the first time I heard a scream. I was just turning off the lights and heading towards the door when it happened. The short scream was filled with agony and desperation before ending abruptly, as if someone had clasped their hands over the woman's mouth. It was so quick that I immediately began to question. Was it my imagination? Logically, it felt like the obvious conclusion, but it was just so real. I was still on edge when I got home, so I told my family in hopes that they would offer an explanation, one I hadn't thought of. No such luck. They suggested I heard someone outside, but I'm positive it came from behind the register. I was only 10 to 15 feet away from it when it happened. It's hard to confuse that with something going on outside. Over the next few days, I gradually forgot about the incident and life went back to normal. Until Tuesday. I was alone once again, but it had been a quiet night, so my guard was completely down. When I was leaving, I noticed a child's ball sitting on the floor next to the ball return, but as I walked towards it, it slowly began to roll away. I watched as it curved ever so slightly to line up with the middle of lane 6 and continue all the way to the pins. It never picked up speed. It maintained the same crawling pace all the way till the end. Only a few pins were knocked over by the ball's path. But after it fell into the return, the remaining pins toppled over, one by one. So yeah, unless the man who died on lane 6 loved cigars as much as the previous owner, I think we may have 3 ghosts in this place. A couple of years ago, I used to coach my son's youth basketball team. Me and another dad had been running practice at this little recreation center that the city let us borrow on weeknights. I actually played basketball through the same youth program when I was a kid. That was in the 90s, and back then, all the teams would rotate between the 4 community gyms weekly. Nowadays, we're designated one gym to switch off days with a second team. and of course, were selected to practice at the oldest, ricketiest one in town. It had been old and broken since I was a kid, and was the only one not to have been remodeled. There's paint chipping on the walls, and pigeons live in the ceiling rafters. We used to think the place was haunted. There's a big stage at the far end of the court for when performances are held. On the stage are big, dusty red curtains that were drawn so basketballs wouldn't bounce on the stage, knocking over theater props. When I was a kid myself, I remember us taking a water break, and curiously I walked on the stage and poked my head behind the curtains. There was a single standing lamp turned on near the back that partially illuminated a door. In the gap between the door and the floor, I could see a sliver of light and people walking around inside. Then, the door slid open and a woman walks out, then turns left and walks into the dark. On the other side of the door is an office. There's a few other people walking around in there, dressed in business attire I'd only seen in black and white movies. A man moves in front of the door and shuts it, returning the backstage area to full black. When I got off the stage, it was so impressive when my friends wanted to go see. I said, "Don't bother, it's just an office." Some 20-odd years later, now a coach, I'm picking up the keys from a maintenance worker early in the morning. He walks me around the building, inside and outside, showing me all the emergency turn-off valves, locks, and codes for the building. Near the end of the tour, he walks me up the stage and through the curtains. When we enter, it's the same black I'd poked my head into years ago. He walked to the wall, flips on the lights. They slowly blink to light with an electrical buzz of life. The man walks me over to the back office door. He shows me the key to its lock and then tests out the handle. A turn and a click unlocks the door. It opens to the back parking lot. I ask the maintenance guy if he knows any history on this place, if there used to be offices behind the stage. He said there haven't been any additions or alterations to the building since it was constructed in the 1960s. It's a historically preserved landmark. The next night is our first practice. It gets out at 7:30 and it's dark by the time the parents are picking up the kids and everyone's leaving. My assistant coach has already left. My kid is sitting in the car playing on his Switch while I finish locking up. The front lights have already been turned off, and I'd just turn off the main set of hanging lights on the opposite side of the gym. Then I turn to walk in the dark to the front doors. Halfway to the exit, I hear the sound of a muffled dog's bark. The noise echoes through the empty gym and startles me off my feet. I'd just been through the whole building. There's no way a dog could have gotten in. I decided to continue out the doors instead of looking around. When I get to the car, I ask my son if he hears any dogs barking. He says no, but then directs my attention to just beyond our headlights. I stay and park, and I look at where his fingers are pointing over the dash. He said there's a boy hiding behind the trees. He keeps popping his head out and looking at me. I asked if it's someone from the team, and he says no. I wait and I stare in the direction he's pointing, but I don't see the person that he's talking about. A week later, after practice, I'm making my rounds in the building to lock up. While I'm juggling the keys, looking for the correct ones for the side doors, I physically feel something brush past me and run into the bathrooms. The hinges of its weighted door slide open and back closed. The sensation is so real that I think my son had run in to go pee before we hit the road. When I turn around and open the door again, the bathroom lights are still off. Convinced it's my son in there, I flick on the bathroom lights and call out his name. When he doesn't respond, I take a couple of steps in so I can see around the tile barrier. I repeat my son's name. Still no response. Then I squat down to look under the stalls. I'm horrified when I see 2 bare feet standing in the stall furthest from me. They're children's feet, but they're not my son's. One at a time, I watch each foot slide up and out of view. like they were attempting to hide. The hair was starting to stand up on my arms, and I just wanted to get out of there. But I worked up my courage and walked over to the stall where I saw the feet, and I knocked. The door swings open from my tap, and it's empty inside. The bathroom suddenly felt like the temperature had dropped. Within seconds, my breath was visible in front of me. When I turned out the lights and left the bathroom, the rest of the gym had stayed the same temperature. I could immediately feel the difference the moment I left the bathroom. The youth program has an all-coaches meeting every other week. The other coaches that were seated at the table with me all know each other, so I'm excluded from most of their conversations until the table was asked about what rec gym we'd been assigned. Then everyone at the table had their attention square on me. I didn't even have to prompt the group. They all had stories of their own from time spent at that gym. One of the coaches tells the group that he'd gotten there a half hour early to set up for practice. When he flips on the lights, the floors were covered with hundreds of dead pigeons. Another coach says that years ago, the whole gym started filling with black smoke. It smelled like fire. He and all of the kids ran outside, but they didn't see any flames. His assistant had run across the street to use the corner store's phone and call the fire department. The building was inspected from top to bottom. They weren't able to find any fire damage. There wasn't even any indication a fire had occurred. But the gym still reeked of pungent smoke the whole season they practiced there. It was like an AA meeting with all of us sitting around the table sharing uncomfortable stories, confiding in each other. I was feeling a little off my rocker before I heard their experiences. I told them about the kid, and one of the coaches tells me that he used to hear the sound of children running around, playing on the stage when he'd be leaving. Although it was nice to hear I wasn't alone in the weirdness, it didn't help the fact that I still had to be there for another 6 weeks. I'd end up making a routine for myself in the way that I'd close down for the nights. All the lights were set up so sporadically throughout that place, I'd have to make crisscross patterns across the gym floor multiple times to strategically flip off each switch in order for me to stay closest to the double doors when the last lights went off. My wife suggested I burn sage while I was there, so during practice I'd keep it in a shell burning on the stage. After doing it a couple of times, the atmosphere started to feel cleaner. I thought that it did the trick until the shell was slid off the stage. The sage had been put out too, which is a difficult thing to do. After that, I was like, whatever, I'm done trying. The rest of the weeks, I made it an art how fast I could get out of there. My last contracted day of service, I was more than happy to hand over the keys. They asked if I wanted the building to host the end-of-the-season team party. I said no, and instead worked out a deal with our local Dave & Buster's to have a party there, without costing me an arm and a leg. So to the manager and staff of Dave & Buster's in Modesto, I'll always be indebted to you for allowing me to host a bunch of hyper kids in your establishment. I don't think I could have done a pizza party with whatever the hell was going on at that gym. I always only planned on doing one season. Our son would age out of youth basketball that year anyway. But this solidified that I wouldn't be volunteering for anything near that gym again. And yes, it still stands. Tonight I had Cinnamon Toast Crunch for dinner. I set the bowl, milk, and cereal onto my table, and then returned to the kitchen for the spoon I'd forgotten. None were in the drawer. The next place I looked was the dishwasher and noticed it hadn't been started yet. So I grabbed a spoon from the silverware rack in the dishwasher and washed it by hand with a sponge. When I was satisfied it had been thoroughly cleaned, I returned to the table. But when I'd gotten there and sat down, there was now a knife in my hand instead of a spoon. Even though the spoon had never left my grasp from the sink to the table, somehow when I sat down, it was a butter knife that I was holding. It's one that I haven't seen before either. Me and my roommate only have a couple sets of dishes, and none of our utensils have wooden handles. I'm kind of freaking out because I'm literally losing my mind with how absolutely sure I was that I had a spoon, only to have what falls from my palm be a butter knife we don't own. Could someone please explain this? I don't know where else to ask for advice about what just happened. If anyone's got any answers, I'll be up late tonight, eagerly waiting. My therapist gave me a list of suggestions for how to cope with my recent trauma. The least painful recommendations included sharing my stories with a support group and journaling. So it seemed like Reddit was a good place to kill two birds with one stone. A few weeks ago, I almost died. It wasn't an accident or a random attack. It was a planned attack to end my life. For context, I'm a 27-year-old female who lives alone in a quiet suburban neighborhood. And my parents were killed by drunk drivers last year. Neither of them had siblings, and all of my grandparents have already passed away. So my brother is the only family that I have left in the world. I'm also an asexual lesbian, which means normal relationships are pretty much off the table. It probably sounds easier to find a female partner with no interest in sex than it would be to find a male, but it's really not. I won't dive into all the heartache this issue has caused me over the years. I'll just say that sometimes the loneliness is unbearable. Being an introvert who wants nothing to do with society isn't the same thing as wanting to spend your life completely alone. It's just hard to find someone who shares the same sentiments. In fact, dating apps with brutally honest profiles are just about the only hope, and that's how all of this started. You're probably thinking I met a crazy chick who tried to kill me. It's far more complicated than that. I decided to try Bumble because it has a feature that requires the women to initiate contact, which eliminates a lot of creepy interactions. Within the first few days of using it, I started talking to a woman named Beth. She was 2 years younger than myself, introverted, and asexual. In other words, she already seemed too good to be true. I have trust issues in general, but the more we talked, the more it seemed like we were destined to find each other. Sometimes it felt like we had everything in common. If she hadn't said most of her interests first, I wouldn't have believed her. Over the next 4 weeks, we talked more and more, until the hours spent working and sleeping were the only times we weren't in contact. I wanted to graduate to FaceTime or at least phone calls, but Beth always shot the idea down. She had a list of insecure complexes. And since I have a hefty list of my own insecurities, I chose not to pressure her. The only thing I really cared about at that point was meeting her in person. We lived an hour apart. Neither of us wanted to add the stress of being in public on top of the stress that comes with a first date. Unfortunately, women are just as vulnerable to gender bias as men. Simply because I believed she was a woman, I felt completely safe agreeing to make a drive to her home. I worried that she might not look exactly like her picture, but I never even considered her entire profile might be a catfish. Her address took me through the city and out the other side to a rural area with several acres of land between each house. The GPS led me straight down a long driveway to an older home hidden away by tall trees and bushes. Once parked, I texted Beth to let her know I was there, and she immediately replied, "I ran to the store for a bottle of wine, but the door's unlocked. Make yourself at home. I'll be right back." I didn't like that. There's always that twinge of paranoia when you're at the wrong place when visiting a new home for the first time. I thought about staying outside, but I'll admit, curiosity got the better of me. I opened the door and began to stick my head inside when I was blasted with the musty, rotten smell of a moldy house, one that had been vacant for years. It reeked of urine, like the former owners kept several pets. But there was also the smell of something rotten, like something had crawled into the walls and died. My first thought was that I came to the wrong house after all, that Beth must have typed the wrong numbers or backwards or something. As I reached to pull out my phone, I caught a glimpse of movement through the crack in the door. The side with the hinges. It was truly a miracle I managed not to scream, but I could just make out someone's eye staring at me through the crack. They were hiding behind the door, waiting to grab me when I stepped inside, and I'd been so close to doing just that. The person didn't make any moves to indicate that they were aware of being spotted, so I proceeded to take out my phone as if checking the time. I needed to get out of there. But I was afraid of being chased if they thought that I was leaving. Instead, I went to the door once more, but stopped at the last second saying, "Shoot, forgot my drink." Then, as casually as possible, I walked back to my car, locked myself inside, and punched the gas. I had to turn around before I could go, and as I put the car into drive, I saw a man charging at me with a baseball bat. He was only a few feet away. When I finally got pointed in the right direction, he had time to shatter one of my taillights as I sped away. But I call that an extremely small price to pay, considering what could have happened out there. I drove straight to the police station and told them everything. I showed them all of my messages from Beth, along with the busted taillight, and they opened an investigation. The whole time I assumed the man who tried to kill me was just some deranged serial killer that I was unfortunate enough to cross paths with, but that wasn't the case. Police arrested the man who attacked me a few days later. He was hiding in the same area, just a different empty house, probably one with a better smell. When they ran his prints and DNA, there were several matches for unsolved murder cases all over the country. They had enough on him to warrant seeking the death penalty, so he was eager to make a deal. As it turns out, he was a hitman. My brother created Beth's profile, cultivated a relationship with me, and hired a hitman so he could have my half of the inheritance. According to him, it's all wasted with me because I'll never do anything with my life. And maybe he's not wrong, but that doesn't give him the right to kill me. I grew up in a small town. When I was little, every so often my dad would get home a bit later than usual. When I'd ask why, he'd say that it was because he gave the can lady a ride home. The can lady was a short, thin woman in her 50s who could always be seen picking up cans on the side of the road. Everyone knew her. She didn't have any other job. Collecting those cans is what she did all day, just about every day. She was such a town fixture that many of the businesses would specifically save their cans for her, too. And when it began to grow dark, she would simply hitch a ride from wherever she was. Within a few minutes, someone would stop to take her home. She lived in a small house with her husband, and she'd been collecting cans since her early 20s. In fact, those cans played a large part in putting her children through college. The only problem was that she sometimes kept going a little too late, and it would be full dark before she started hitching. She was also known for walking too close to the highway. She was so comfortable out there that she could grow careless. More than once I heard my dad say that he always made sure to give her a ride because he worried that she'd end up getting run over, or worse. But as a kid, you never think that stuff will really happen. But it does. It happened when I was 10, and the whole town mourned her. She'd been walking along the shoulder after dark when a sleepy trucker came along and hit her. The guy was so messed up about it that he had to be sedated. I don't think he faced any legal issues, but I was too young to take much notice if he did. There's a lovely memorial by the accident site. It's still there to this day, and enough money was donated to pay off the final year of her youngest daughter's tuition. Within a week or two of her death, several people were claiming to see her around town at night. My mom believes in ghosts, but my dad is one of the biggest skeptics you'll ever meet. He made sure to drill into my head that people were only grieving, and soon enough, they wouldn't see her anymore. I grew up to be a pretty big skeptic myself, but there are two instances that have always troubled me. It wasn't too many weeks later that my dad came home pale and dazed. He'd been driving home from work when he caught a glimpse of her. She always wore the same faded blue baseball hat and carried a giant trash bag full of cans slung over her shoulder. She was a hard lady to mistake. Anyway, it surprised my dad so much that he slammed on his brakes in the middle of the road and reversed. But nobody was there. Even if he had mistaken someone else for her, there was nowhere for them to go. A few weeks after that, my mom, who worked at one of the hotels, met an elderly couple passing through town. They arrived late and shaken up, claiming that they almost hit a woman as she tried to cross the highway. They came incredibly close to crashing into a guardrail, but managed to stop on the shoulder. The husband was so worked up, he got out of the car to confront the woman, but she was gone. The description the couple gave matched the can lady perfectly. I always wondered if my dad fell victim to his own grieving theory, but I don't know how people from hundreds of miles away could imagine the exact same person. I'm almost 40 now myself, and overall, I don't really know what to believe. But I thought it was an interesting story to share. For a graduation present, my uncle gave me the keys to his cabin for a week-long trip with my friends. The only other time I'd been out there was the 4th of July weekend when I was 10, but I remembered my cousins and I having a blast. Mostly, I was just excited to be away from adult supervision for the first time. My friends, Carla and Madison, came with me. I think we were all hoping to stay longer than a week, but we never dreamed we'd want to leave early. There were other cabins in the area, but people didn't live there year-round. It should have been another few weeks before the summer crowd came out. The first day we focused on getting settled, and the weather kept us indoors for the second, but nothing unusual happened until the third. That morning, we walked down to the lake, but the water was too cold to swim, so we explored a little instead. The trail we were on circled halfway around the lake with several diverging paths to other cabins, most of which looked roughly the same as ours. I guess the first weird thing was actually when Madison saw the blinds move in one of the cabin windows, like someone had been peeking out. But we thought she was mistaken. There were no cars or lights, nothing. So we walked for another hour until we got hungry. Then we headed back for lunch and a movie. We wanted to try the lake again that evening, but the weather had different plans. Instead, we watched other movies while we drank and made dinner. But while we were eating, my car alarm started blaring. By then it was pretty dark and still storming. So I assumed the thunder set it off, thought no more of it. Likewise, when we heard a trash can fall over, we assumed it was raccoons. The next day is when we started getting scared. There are 2 metal trash cans that sit beneath the kitchen window, and we used them enough times by then to be familiar with the specific sound that they made. All 3 of us are positive we heard at least one fall over. Yet, when we went to check in the morning, both were right side up again. That was strange, but we didn't truly begin to worry until we noticed my car had 2 flat tires. I only had 1 spare, so that meant we were stuck until my dad could bring a second one. We hadn't driven anywhere since our arrival, and we knew the tires hadn't been low the day before. I called my dad in a panic, but he thought that we were being paranoid. He said it was common to get low leaks on that kind of terrain. Carla and Madison called their families too, but no one could bring us a tire until the following day. Carla's mom had the same response as my dad, and Madison's parents just advised calling the police if we actually saw anyone. Words that they would all soon come to regret. We kept ourselves locked inside all day, but that night was the worst of it. We covered all the windows, but obsessively checking outside only to see nothing. Then, sometime after midnight, Carla peeked out the kitchen window and screamed when she saw a bobbing light cutting through one of the forest trails. We pulled the curtain back just far enough to watch the light grow closer and closer, until the man carrying it became visible after stepping out of the tree line. He was tall and skinny, but I couldn't tell if he was tan or just dirty. His clothes were ragged and looked to be a few sizes too big, but I was more concerned with the bat-like object he seemed to be holding in his free hand. Maybe the three of us could have taken the guy on his own, but if he had a weapon, at least one of us was likely to get hurt. Addison dialed 911 right away, but we knew it would be a while before anyone showed up. The dispatcher wanted us to hide, but I couldn't handle not knowing where that man was. We kept all of the lights off and quietly tracked this guy around the cabin's perimeter. He circled it twice before trying both doors and all the windows. Even though we knew they were locked, we still held our breath with each attempt. If he realized we saw him, there would be no incentive for him to remain stealthy. Every second felt like an eternity, but by the time he crawled through all the bushes to check the windows, he'd eaten up almost 15 minutes. After the last one, he circled back to the front door, and we could hear the wood bend and crack as he tried to force his way inside. All the while, 911 was still on the line, urging us to hide, insisting the police would arrive any moment. We ran to the back bedroom, barricaded the door, and then crammed ourselves into a tiny closet. We had to stifle our screams when the front door caved in, and again, a few minutes later, when the man found our room. He tried to keep the noise down at first, but upon realizing the door was blocked, he started ramming it. With each attempt, our makeshift barricade gave way a little bit more, until a loud bang confirmed that the dresser hadn't been heavy enough to do the job. We held onto the closet handle for dear life, as slow footsteps paced around the room and stopped right next to the paper-thin door, serving as our last line of defense. The man's breathing was loud and congested, and he carried a strong odor of liquor. He let out a low, sinister chuckle as he jiggled the handle. But before he could try in earnest, his creepy laughter turned to angry curses at the sudden sound of approaching sirens. We couldn't understand much of what he said, but we heard his footsteps as he ran away. We didn't move until an officer gave us the all clear after they caught the guy in the woods. At first, the police thought that he was just a homeless man bouncing around between empty houses, and for years, that's what we thought too. But a few years later, we learned that the same man confessed to murdering 2 young women. It turned out he'd been a businessman who'd started using his vacation time for extended hunting trips. I'm not really sure how to start this. I'm not even sure why I'm sharing it, but I'm a 37-year-old female, and I attract psychopaths. Truly, I'm 3 for 3. I only had one boyfriend in high school, and he set my house on fire after I dumped him. Thankfully, he wasn't very smart, and we were able to put it out before too much damage was done. But he made it clear through various forums that he wanted me and my entire family dead. So, psycho. I was 17 when that happened, and I didn't date again until I was 20. We took it slow at first, but things were really going well, so we moved in together after 6 months. By the 10th month, he started punching holes in the walls, slamming doors. A few weeks after I'd managed to excuse that behavior, he hit me. That's when I decided, no more. I packed my bags and said I was leaving the very next day. That's when he tried to kill me. Before I could blink, he had me by the throat, and the world was going dark. I'd never seen anyone with such pure rage before. The awful way his face looked, there's no doubt he meant to kill me. He was too strong to fight, but in my desperate flailing, I kicked over a table and broke 2 vases. For the first time, I was actually grateful for our cheap apartment's thin walls. The neighbors rushed over just as I was losing consciousness. My ex fled, but the police caught up with him later that night, and I moved out before he was able to make bail. I went to therapy for a year after that, and I didn't date again until I was 28. This guy was the prime example of everything that you see in the movies. He showered me with gifts and affection. He was gentle and understanding. And most of all, he made me feel safe. He never complained about how slow I needed to take things. He seemed perfect. I guess they always do, don't they? 2 years later, things were still great, so I went back to therapy, learned to process my trauma, and we were married before my 31st birthday. About 6 months later is when things started to change. It happened gradually, but by our first wedding anniversary, he became someone I described as quick-tempered and closed off. Then he began working late and on the weekends. One day, I checked his phone while he showered, and I learned that he was having an affair. He may have angered easily, but he'd never been violent. I truly didn't think that he was that kind of man, but he was actually the worst of them all. When I confronted him, he started hitting me, and he didn't stop until I was unconscious. I thought he was going to kill me. But instead, he erased the evidence and denied that anything happened. He was completely out of his mind. I learned my lesson. I pretended to believe him. I even apologized and asked for his forgiveness. I just wanted to survive until he went back to work, so I could pack a bag and get out. All I knew is I needed to get to my parents, and I could figure out the rest later. But he saw right through me. That night, he fixed a romantic dinner, poured some wine. I dared not to turn it down, but I never suspected it was drugged. I passed out before I even finished the meal. I woke up, chained to the basement wall the next morning. He'd put the guest bedroom mattress on the floor, given me a bucket for the bathroom before leaving for work. He managed to keep me there for almost 2 weeks before my parents realized I was missing. Those 12 days that I was stuck there were by far some of the worst of my life. He was a monster. When he wasn't there, I simply laid on the mattress in agony, waiting for him to return. I kept hoping that each visit would be the one that he killed me. Even when the police finally came, I almost didn't answer them. I just thought they were another dream. It's been a few years since then. I'm happy to report that the bastard is in prison, and I'm single. I think I'm going to stay that way too. Before joining a support group, I really thought that my experience was unique. Horrifying, but unique. It's sad to say that it's really not. So many women and men have been through what I've been through. It's amazing that anyone manages to trust anyone these days. Well, thanks for listening. Sometimes it's nice to just get that sort of thing off your chest. When I was really young, I used to see things that weren't there, quote unquote. Now, before you recommend a psychiatrist or anything like that, know that I've already had my fair share of testing. I'm sound of mind, and kind of most importantly, what I know I saw and experienced as a child, I haven't experienced anything like it since. It was always the same two individuals I'd see, as well as a dog. Well, half a dog anyway. Not as creepy as it sounds. There was a man. At first he was really just a shadow. I assumed he was a man because he towered over the other, and when he was around, it felt a lot like when my grandpa was around. A jolly, older spirit, for sure. I only ever saw him as a shadow man, but call it imagination or keen sense, I knew what he looked like. I knew that he was an old man that wore one of those hats that you'd see golfers wear sometimes, round and flat. He wore a sweater and had a long beard just like my grandpa. He wasn't mine, though. In fact, I think he was the grandfather of the other spirit I would see. When I would see them together, it was joyous and familial. The girl always seemed to be in or around my room, whereas Grandpa Spirit liked to hang out in the common areas, even outside sometimes. I didn't and don't know who these two really were, but I like to believe that they were something to each other. The younger spirit, again, I think she may have only been a shadow at first, like in reality, but in my mind I knew that she was about my age, a little younger. She had blonde hair, brown eyes, wore a light-colored pink or purple dress with white stockings. She liked when I would play with my dollhouse, and even when I wasn't playing with it, I would see her sitting with my dollhouse, one of those Fisher-Price ones. She was there, sometimes in the day, sometimes in the night, but I sensed that I always sort of felt their presence, if that makes sense. Okay, lastly, the half-dog. I say that because it always seemed to be rounding a corner. You could never really ever see more than its back hind legs or just the backside in general. I would chase it sometimes, but not once did I ever find anything around the corner. As a child, I remember thinking, silly boy. I guess where it all got a tad frightening for me was when my mother got uncomfortable, especially when I was asking her about the shadow people, the ones that lived in our house. She wasn't fond of me asking about the puppy either. Her uneasiness made me wary of my friends, but not really. It's where I think that kids have a sort of sixth sense. I continued seeing these friends or spirits until about the 4th grade. We moved out of that house a year later, but I remember thinking for a good time before that, I wonder where they went. I don't share these stories because I found these spirits harmful or scary, but because I genuinely want to know if others have had experiences like these, maybe specifically when you were a child. I'm currently 20 years old, and I've never suffered from any form of hallucinations or schizophrenia. I'm a healthy, reasonable, well-balanced adult. I'm not sure if I can believe in the supernatural, but these memories are causing irrational feelings. My sister and I grew up in an old, Midwestern farmhouse, and she's convinced it was haunted. She has multiple stories that I may post someday, and I also saw a few odd things, but it could all be explained by a child's imagination, I suppose. Once a year, usually during the winter, I had vivid, closed-eyed hallucinations where random images flashed through my mind, and a strange voice spoke to me. To clarify, these are not dreams. When I opened my eyes, everything would stop, and when I closed them again, it would start right back up. The visions began with an older man's distressed voice and random household objects such as shoes, lamps, dressers, or doors. The voice would repeat things like, "Where is it? I can't find it." I vividly remember that specific line repeating multiple times. After several minutes, I would see items like a globe or the sky, and a warm, soft female voice would say, "It's me." Then the sensation ended, and I could finally go back to sleep. This only happened once a year during the ages 6 to 9. I developed anxiety around winter because I feared having the dream. But then they stopped, and I forgot about them immediately. I only began re-examining my memories a few years ago. Does anyone know what this could mean, or if it's supernatural? I want as many viewpoints as possible because I'm at a loss.